Nobody's gonna save, no. just say hope that we had a good rest, and we convey our apologies that I couldn't come to advise you that we will not start at 8:30. I was busy with the people who were consolidating their work, but at the same time, we're also busy with just putting the final conclusion of these discussions. But at the very same time, like you know, our Uncle Person, our jobs were safe because it was raining. The weather was very inclement. Many people, there were accidents, the roads were a little bit not good. We thought with the minister, she's here, on the other side, we could start exactly at 9 o'clock. I must apologize. But our existence, Minister DMC Tlulu, and all of you and mayors, it will depend on the plan you'll produce here. And people getting water and decent sanitation. Uncle Person will be holding us accountable there. It is one of the accountability framework that will happen. I'm going to suggest that everybody please take your seats. In the next 10 minutes, we are starting. I'm going to be strict. The process we are going to follow, each commission, there are 5. They are going to present for an hour, not an hour, for 20 minutes each, not more than 20 minutes. And you will take the 5 commissions once. From them, I will have an interaction with you in the main. Materially, those who want to add the things that you think that they are missing, they are fundamental. But I'm not reopening the commissions. I'm not going to reopen them. We gave you very, very good time and ample time. We visited all the commissions, and I could see that you were very, very equitably distributed. There was Festival of Ideas. And that plenary session will not become new commissions. The other thing I want to try to give a caution, we have tried to put indicative timeframes. Those indicative timeframes, they are subjective. Subjective on 2 fronts. They are subjective on the basis of the capacity that might exist in various institutions, but we must be able to put timeframes. They are also subjective because of governance around certain process issues that must be undertaken. But ultimately, you knew now that our biggest risk is that when you have a president who says, I want a plan with concrete action and timelines and responsibility, and you cannot be part of those who want us to be dismissed tomorrow, that we fail to have timelines, we have to have responsibility. Even on responsibility, let's be not be pedantic. If there are other partners that we need to assign responsibility, the working teams across those will do a refinement. I'm just giving you disclaimers so that there is an appreciation where to do a condensation of a volume of work that we needed to do. Then there's another important matter about who you are here today. Here we have all the sectors. The criticism we can have as government that we work with business, academia and others. There are other important sectors like civil society and Labour and others that when we go down to provincial levels now, Minister Majodina, supported with the IMC led by the Deputy President, will still have to go to certain aspects when we go to level of the districts. That's what I thought as housekeeping matters that I thought we needed to do. The program will have to run it tight. We don't want, when the Deputy President is supposed to conclude as a chairperson of the Interministerial Committee on Water task team, the house is empty, and today is a Friday, and you came from the length and breadth of our country. There are issues of logistics and transport that we need to do that. The presenters that are going to present, I hope your presentation skills, you managed to hone them last night or this morning. We don't want people who are going to read word by word here. Or else I throw you out. I still have to see you, honorable person, throwing someone out of the committee. I have a name, I'll write it down for you. I don't want to say someone were insensitive. This chairperson came, wanted someone to leave the stage. Just be a little bit, work smarter, get into the matters. In the main, you can reaffirm that all the problems, you know what, don't talk about problems. Say that we noted the major challenges, either referred by minister, by DG, or all of us. They were reaffirmed. But we resolved to do the following actions. By who, by when. I'm giving you that. In other words, your presentation in the main should be about, in 20 minutes, you do the presentation in 15 minutes. The remaining 5 minutes, if there's any major addition from your committee, from the commission. Those who are in the commissions, they are not actually starting it from scratch. That's how I'm going to structure it. Is there an objection? Is there an amendment? Agreed to? Agreed. Let's have the Festival of Ideas. Actually allow them to be witnessed here. And if you have strong views, we don't want to shut down independent minds. As government, we're not going to call you if we had solutions. All of us, we don't have the monopoly. We just have to harness the capabilities of our people. Those who are going to participate in the panels, there's a stricter timeline. The first panel will be done by DMC Tlulu. I'm going to take all panels before lunch. All of them, I'm going to take them before lunch. They must be here, and they must keep to timelines. That's what we could say. And then the ushers and those others, please advise people that we are starting in the next 3 minutes. And also my colleagues, led by Minister, can be advised that in the next 3 minutes I'm starting. Can I have Commission 1 presentation on the screen now? Commission 1 presentation, Comrade Percy and the team. Where's Comrade Percy? The CEO of TCTA, Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. Percy, where's Percy? Please come closer with the person you are working with, but come here. The next commission will be 2A. Can we put the presentation on Commission 1, please? I don't want you to be still loading things. If you are not having it, we'll remain here because we cannot be paying for your food and transport. That commission will have to do a report back. The others will have been raised. Can Commission 1 report be on the screen? Thank you. Ne partner yako in crime, Comrade Pace, ne sister. Where is Commission 2? Is it Commission 2, Rismat? And I don't know who's reporting. Can you come here? Dr. Matt. Commission, the other one of Zwane, can you sit here? There was a Zwane commission with your partner there. Zwane, hlalan lang funa ukunijonga kakuhle. Where is the person you are reporting? You stay together. The other seats were reversing. Some of my colleagues are not coming back. Okay, it's fine, they can. The other group is the one for Dr. Ntili, ne? Where is Dr. Ntili? Comrade Pace, oh, presentation now, okay, thank you. Dr. Ntili, then the one for Lutlol and the team. The other one was for who? Zamanu Klalela on that side, comrades here. What's the other team? Who was the other team? Okay, they say I must carry my things here. Okay, we should start soon. Okay, thank you very much. I will request that the chair of that commission for Commissioner 1 around issues of ensuring water security, we're discussing water resources sectors. I'm going to request Comrade Percy as the chair to come and introduce Sis Nontando. Then you start. Only my watch is working. We're starting now. The time is 9:02. Comrade Percy, by 2022, you will have done your presentation. You have the floor.
Good morning. We are here to give feedback on the work that was done by Group 1. And as the DM has said, very limited time, but I think we also take in this opportunity to give development as well in terms of those that are going to ensure that there is water security in our old age. So Sis Nontando is the one that's going to give the feedback as a rapporteur in terms of the work that has been done. So DM, is it time that I can actually have her to come? This is Sis Nontando Rambau. She was part of the group yesterday, and she was not chosen, but she volunteered, which is a good thing because we're always talking about women and water, and it's quite good to see and give them an opportunity. So don't be too harsh on her. If you have any questions, direct them to the rest of the group. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, my chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Greetings to our leaders, our esteemed guests, and delegates, as well as our colleagues, and all protocol reserved. As my chair has introduced me, my name is Nontando Rambau, and I'm honored to be standing in front of you to be giving you feedback on the discussions that were heard yesterday. Quite interesting and I'm really honored. So yesterday, our group, which is Group 1, was given a task to come together and discuss what can be done by looking at those questions we had to address, after the presentation that was given by DDG, Mabuda, and also Professor Mike, which they gave quite interesting insights in terms of their delivery of their presentations. So as a commission, we had to sit down and look at the questions. Firstly, as a group, it was agreed that on the presentation that were presented, firstly, that it did identify the key actions required to ensure water security, as well as we had an opportunity as a commission to also engage and add additional actions that can be taken to ensure raw water security. And lastly, we had to look at the reasons for the lack of progress in terms of implementing the required actions. So all of these will be unpacked. One will be unpacked on the action plan that had 4 pillars of focus. Firstly, I would just like to make everyone know that when we were discussing, we noted all the challenges that we have, and I'm sure most of you will be abreast in terms of the current situation we have in terms of water security. And yes, we are aware of them, but our presentation is more on solution-based orientated. So we had to look at what can be done differently to basically accelerate the progress within implementing the required action. So one of the things that we looked at was, amongst many other things, just so that you know that I'll be highlighting because a lot of good recommendations were brought forward, but however, I'm just gonna highlight a few. If there's a need to elaborate on any of those that were discussed, we are more than happy to elaborate on those. So firstly, what was brought forward was to create incentives for agricultural sector, as we know that also those are the biggest users of water, to enable them to be able to use water. So looking at precision irrigation and irrigation systems, and also to implement use it or lose it principle that needs to find expression in the law. And also discourage the use of water tankering. There was a huge point on this, as it was noted that this is not a sustainable thing to do. So we need to actively discourage the use of water tankering. What we've also noted is that industry and also public civilians have now started to go off grid in terms of water sources, and that also we can foresee that it's now going to impact on municipal revenue. So we need to be clear in terms of policies that will govern the off-grid water sources. The CMAs needs to develop catchment management strategies to deal with erosion and silting of dams, which reduces dam capacity. And also we need to develop groundwater protection strategies to deal with pollution from pit, latrines, toilets. We also spoke about partnership. As much as we are encouraging partnerships, but it was also noted that government must not give away leverage. The power must still remain with government in order to control, in order to govern. Behavioral change in handling of water. Looking at water use efficiency, because water is a responsibility for all users. And also reprioritizing budget earmarked for building of new dams and fixing leakages. So this was quite of a thorn. There was a lot of discussions around leakages, fixing leakages first, looking at water conservation versus building of new dams. So a lot of us felt that we are already losing so much of water. Why are we not fixing that first? And then, look at other strategies, things like building of new dams, etc. Why are we not fixing the current infrastructure that we have? The next one that we spoke about was the need for proper planning. It was noted that, yes, there is proper planning in terms of projects, but however, we are a nation that actually responds to crisis. So we are very reactive when it comes to things that are happening now that are deemed critical. But on the things that are in a pipeline that are planned, they tend to take a back seat. So we also need to fast track implementation of the waste discharge charge system, mitigation change to be used to treat water, polluted water, and also to ensure that proposed dams provide adequate environmental flow requirements, also factoring in the impact of climate change. This will protect the rivers from degrading. We also looked at, water, energy, food, and access, where water treatment facilities from private sectors, particularly the mines, can be used as part of water resources. And also, there was also mention of decommissioning of power stations, treatment facilities that can be explored to be used for water treatment. There was also a point in terms of driving SDG 12, which sometimes is neglected. So this SDG 12 is actually a responsible consumption to reduce the above average per capita consumption. This may also be applicable to all sectors, including irrigation. We spoke about projects that will protect spring, spring, as we are aware. Some of the people are still heavily reliant on spring water, so we need to implement projects such as those. Additionally, we spoke about acid mine drainage treatment. So this actually water can be treated, and then whatever recovery products from this water can then be utilized for circular economy. And also there's a need for us to track trends in terms of the projected water deficit by 2030. And lastly, the grant funding needs to be considered, needs to consider the capacity of the WSAs in order for them to implement. So, as a team, we've put together the action plans based on these 5 pillars that we have focused on. And the first one, I can't see the screen. I'm struggling. Sorry? Yes, I'm fine. Okay. Yes, I think that's perfect. Yes. So we have put together an action plan that covered 5 pillars of focus, and the first one was the implementation and delivery remodel, where we were looking at building the family of institution, people and systems, of course, guiding their interaction. That would be critical for water security. So looking at different stakeholders that will need to be involved, private sector as well as the society. As you can see from the screen, that we have allocated the responsible personnel and also the time frame, which is clear. I will not name all the responsible personnel and also the time frame, as it is evident from the screen. Secondly, the independent regulator must support the water resource management as new WSPs emerge, and also developing of non-revenue water program in each municipality. And as I've mentioned as well, fast-tracking the implementation of waste discharge charge system, and also putting policies together that will govern the borehole drilling, particularly for domestic use, and also implement the recycle and reuse initiative. There was also a bold point that was put forward invoking Section 37, declaration of the state of emergency for dealing with non-revenue water. This point was, brought forward, saying that we should actually consider, non-revenue water as a crisis, and maybe if we as the people of South Africa should focus on that first and fix those issues, it will actually accelerate the change and also in water security. The second pillar that we looked on was financial viability of water and sanitation sector. We spoke about promoting investment in the water sector, that getting the private sector involved, and also getting their confidence, and also the need to repurpose the limited budgets. I've spoken about that as well, and also the policy that will govern the off-grid use of water resources. And also, we need to be looking at finance models that are fit for purpose, and those that will actually recognize the constraint on increasing unit cost. And most importantly, we need good governance and accountability to facilitate the flow of finance. There were quite a number of actions from this pillar of technical and operational capacity. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but most importantly, here we were looking at, the requirements, the technical capacity requirements for effective O&M that needs to be developed at all levels. And also we were looking at, things like we need to develop implementation processes for new local sources, example like the water reuse and reclamation and desalination, and also things like developing process for trial and uptake of new tech by the end user departments. And also there was a note that there needs to be an understanding of triple Ps, so National Treasurer needs to facilitate and simplify the understanding and the guidelines that are around the PPE, and especially ownership. And we spoke as well about partnerships, that even though the partnership do exist, but also we need to get the communities, we need to get buy-in from the communities as well, including civil society organization and also as well as private sector. And also we need forums like anti-pollution forums, and this must be rolled out national, at national level, and we also spoke about the youth that is trained in war on leaks, that is not involved in dealing with water leaks per se, so then we need to develop a program for those as well. And lastly, we also spoke about the pillar of fighting crime and corruption. So here we spoke about neutralizing the construction mafia and the abuses of procurement systems. So just to summarize, what is required for the implementation of to improve water security, raw water security. We spoke about several strategies. The first one was strengthening the use it or lose it principle in law. We need to develop clear policies on off-grid water sources and fast-tracking waste discharge system. And secondly, we need to prioritize on leaks over building new dams, and also creating incentive precision for irrigation, and also promoting behavioral change in the water use. And also developing groundwater protection strategies, enforcing catchment management plans. And lastly, moving away to be crisis-driven, and also we need to track water deficit trends to 2030. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Let's give Group 1 a round of applause. And in Group 1, there should be no confusion. Issues of water resources sector, they are addressing the issue of quantity. Where will the water come from? And it addresses the issues of quality. Those are the two main issues. Is there a major issue that you think is a misrepresentation, or an issue that you think is materially missing? Can I see with a raise of hand? Okay, I only have this one hand. Where is the second one? And the second one. Thank you very much. Those are the two hands. Oh, there are three. I cut on those three because I don't want to have afterthought. Thank you. There's number 1 here, number 2, number 3. Can you give them the mics first? Please, please, can those who are running with the mics, I don't want to be running out of time. Oh, the colleagues quickly, number 3, you can come quickly here. Number 2 and number 1, please come quickly here, my brother. Or if we are unable to get out, but please give the mic here, please.
Thank you. Good morning, DM, and everyone in the room. Mine, what I've picked up is that there seemed to be a bit of a gap.
You can introduce so
sorry,
that
my
we know that
apologies.
on record.
Thank you.
We got some input from
Sorry,
you,
yes.
leadership.
Thank you so much. My name is Dorothy Mabuza. I'm the Executive Manager of Infrastructure Planning and Development in Amatola Water. What we've picked up over time, or over the years, is that there seemed to be an omission in us implementing, or perhaps within our business operations. And that omission is that of an integrated asset management. Much as we do have, or there's mention made of a water conservation, water demand management strategy that needs to align with infrastructure and asset management, an integrated one. That's the first point that I'd like to make. So better that there is an investment in a system, in a fully capacitated unit within various spheres of government, local government and water boards in particular.
Okay.
The second point that I'd like to raise is that within municipalities, you would find they are
was speaking water resources.
Yes, I'm trying to get to that point. So
Let's concentrate on the presentation to say what's the gap,
Sure.
because I'm addressing What do you think is a major gap?
Integrated planning, and I was gonna get to a point of, you have your spatial development frameworks, you have your stormwater management systems, but where do those find expression as we plan and as we preserve our water resources? Because it really needs to start at runoff, whatever runoff that goes into our systems, etc. But how are we incorporating those plans from the different municipalities and so forth? So it's basically integrated planning between all spheres of government. Thank you.
Thank you. My brother, I said he was #1 here. I needed a mic here. While we are bringing the mic, my sister there, she can speak if the mic is there already.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Professor Tracy Lynn Field. I'm from Wits University. 2 quick points. The first is the issue of small private farm dams. I became aware of the researcher, Professor Mantell at Rhodes University, who has written extensively about the effect of these dams. These are not registered dams. They're not dams with a safety risk. But there is research to show that they can also, the concentration of these dams can also affect water security. And then the second point is, what about rainwater harvesting? Thank you.
No, thank you, Prof. The next one? Yes.
Yeah, hi. Morning, it's Martin Genster. I'm from Sasol, but also here representing the Strategic Water Partners Network. A quick point around and I don't think it's an omission, it's just an emphasis that to achieve raw water security requires more than a supply side approach, and in terms of the dams that need to be built and the infrastructure, etc., which I think is slightly missing here, but as well the demand side approach, and that is we cannot just grow ourselves out of this water security issue. It needs to come from both sides of creating the infrastructure, but also realizing the savings, which is, I think, adequately addressed in there. I just feel it's important to emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were the 3 hands. Comrade Percy, with your team, these comments, I want them to be factored in. The question of integrated planning for infrastructure, from conceptualization, the designing that is taking too long, technology is advanced. We can't be doing feasibility studies for too long. The issues of coming to designs can take 18 months. When technology is there in the mining industry and others, you can produce a final design very quickly. Then there's a question of financing as an important matter. Then there is a question of the execution. Most of our water resources projects, bulk water projects, they are delayed. They are not on time. They are not on budget. And in your high-level things, one of the biggest things is just to sort out this, speed up, finish them. Because we end up actually being accused of corruption. A project that was supposed to be 100 million, it ended up becoming $1 billion. Include that matter. The other matter, Prof, is correct. Let's elevate, and what my sister says, the question of asset management. You know, the assets that we have, they must never lose value. Around issues of asset renewal, the dam safety issues that Uncle Person remember dam safety issues. Just the bulk infrastructure asset in terms of risk register, we have to bring them to the conditionality that they are okay. And including the issues of people who are hogging water, there is too much actually illegal use of water in terms of authorization. Too many illegal dams, people are stealing water around those issues. And the issues that the team from South African Water Partnership, you include them. On your report, please correct the 3 issues in the high-level report. On the question of providing incentive for people to use less water, don't only include agriculture, it must be all sectors. Please just make it all sectors. The other matter that you have to correct the matter of tankering. where you say that we must stop tankering. There are communities who don't have tankering. We want to make a decision that water cutting should be a temporary measure and municipalities must enforce it. It's a temporary measure, municipalities must source it. The last one is about fixing of leaks or leakages. The one around fixing of leaks, you can't use the weight. We must take the money, reduce the money from actually building of dams and fix the leaks. Maybe use the following language, that when it comes to fixing of leaks, that government working with other sectors, we must devise a mechanism to pool resources, both financially and technically, to ensure that their reliability and assurance of supply is attended to, because there's a biggest problem in terms of assurance, whether water resources or water services, and we need a serious financial injection. One mayor here was raising an issue of 400 and something kilometers. The MEC here, he knows the Malahleni, there are more than 1,000 kilometers of pipelines. That's how you need to do that. But South Africa must go aggressively on water mix. We must be able to harvest more surface water. We must harvest more. There is no way where you can have a situation when your runoff is more than 49,000 million liters, cubic meters. And then when we are only taking about 17,000, only 29%. South Africa, you know, there was always a debate by environmentalists and developers, where they thought that the two concepts are mutually exclusive, when they are mutually interdependent. When there is more rain, we must catch it. In other ways, we must build more and actually store it. Whether we store it in the dams, underground dams or surface dams, whether we actually recharge the aquifers, we have to do that. We must do more of desalination. We must do more of groundwater exploration. We must do more around return flows. That's what it must be clear, Comrade Peace. But other than that, your document is very good. Can we agree to accept Commission 1? Can I get an acclamation if we accept Commission 1 work? Acclamation. Agreed to, thank you. With those amendments, we come to Commission 2. 20 minutes applies. Dr. Matt.
Thank you, DM. Greetings, everyone. Group 2A was what most of you or most of us consider to be an ICU DM. And we had a debate as to whether is it ICU, is it on a coma or what, but we deliberated mostly on what transpired last year when we had the summit, the take-homes and some of the resolutions that were taken. Safe to say that we started very slow to deliberate on the issues, but later people started softening up and the issues came up. Now, what we are going to present will be more on a high level. We have tried as much as possible to attach those key interrelated sectors, partners. We have also put up some dates into that so that we can be able to measure progress. But the key take home from our group is accountability. That we wish that going forward, councillors that are sitting in this classification should be able to take accountability of that. There should be proper reporting lines, and then we have the view that the minister should be able at least once or twice a year be able to get feedback as to are these municipalities that are in a critical state moving away from a critical state to a much more average or better. These are some of the high-level take-homes that we have actually came up with. Our presenter will be Mr. Jafta. He's a provincial program manager from MISA in the Free State. So he's going to take us through the presentation. Let's appreciate him and welcome him.
Good day, colleagues. To the protocol observed on our principals and that of our administrators. Colleagues, the presentation has been prefaced quite well. When we started, there were punitive questions that we were set to be asking to the municipalities in trying to reflect to the previous summit. You notice that the questions were not as clear for the municipalities to respond, but at least through the deliberations we managed to capture the context that the municipalities are coming with. The response was quite low when it comes to the issues of municipalities moving towards obtaining council approvals when you speak of ring fencing. It was very low in terms of those that have started to participate in that sphere, but obviously to some degree there were limitations. To get into the deeper aspect of the pillars, the first pillar, which speaks about the implementation of delivery models, I will agree, colleagues, indeed there is a need to adapt the utility models. But by so doing, we looked at the adaptation from the municipalities, that using an existing platform that is already there, taking a concept of Pulukwane, but the appetite of the municipalities we have, they had an interest of saying, let's look at the district versus the municipality term of agreement, that we can apply that utility platform. But be that as it may, COCTA, DWS, and the respective WSAs will have to work on the concept in terms of how they can adapt to that with the time frame reflected. Exploring on the public partnership, colleagues, we spoke about this critically, and I think also the previous presentation also touched on it on a later depth. The National Treasury Acceleration on approval of SPVs. It came through quite immensely that, yes, indeed, the augmentation of SPVs into our wastewater treatment plants, and also the DM and the minister touched on it quite adversely in the presentations yesterday. The exploration of the board delivery. With the business we had yesterday, it was very clear in terms of that the business can be able to build the infrastructure, operate it, train them, and then you start transferring back to the municipality. Review DWS mandate to consider expanding to reticulation. Colleagues, obviously, there are many questions we can raise about that because we do know where reticulation lies in the municipality. We might not want to take all the functions to DWS, but we want to be cautiously saying, let's see to it that we can review and find the adverse outcome. But it is a long, very, very long-term vision of it, but it was the interest of the commission. And also the participation into the Section 73 process. SALGA is very clear in terms of the existing support that they can provide to the municipalities, which the municipalities needs to raise their hand and provide and be able to be elective with SALGA. Probably before I leave that slide, the last point there, which speaks about the review of classification of municipality, which talks to the question of are the municipalities fit for purpose. It correlates to the statement that was made by the Minister of COCTA yesterday, which aligns to the study that they are doing in terms of looking at municipality, which also talks to the second bullet point on the top there, which talks about exploration of public partnership with regards to municipalities and their core functions. When it comes to financial viability, we are attended to the alignment of that says there needs to be a list of, the municipalities must list their government entities that are actually owing them so that they can understand who is owing and who needs to be paid and who needs to pay. But the essence of it was only to participate in the user pay principle. And the punitive question was asked during the session was, if there's an interest for payment, are we, as we stand in this platform, interested to pay? How many of us in the government official space that are paying? How many of us in the council that are paying? How many of us in all levels of government that are paying so that we can be advocates for change? We looked at the issue of vote for water and sanitation. That is aligned to making sure that there is ring fencing for the services that deals with water and sanitation. Obviously, it comes back to the reprioritization that our municipalities need to be undertaking during their planning session and already to be able to utilize the budget and the funding for its intended purpose. The underbilling that is taking place, we need to be looking at it, but also on this one, we took the eye of the WRC, SEO, whereby they reflected the studies that they are actually conducting with regards to the differentiation of tariffs based on different interests. The underinvestment that is undertaken, colleagues, when you look at the underinvestment, we touch on the issues of the review of the current funding models within the municipal space, understanding that the funding model and the formula might not be fair enough for the specimen of the villages in the rural areas. So there is a need to review. I think also in alignment to quota, within the white paper, there's such discussions that are actually taking place, which this can formulate part of. Hence you see COCTA National Treasury and DWS. Supporting to smaller municipalities, the review of the grants. When you look at the grants, the objective there was to ensure the consolidated approach when you speak of the grants. And obviously, there was a call for, given the fact that PMUs in the municipalities are being supported by MIG, then there was a call of saying, how do we then augment the support of O&M towards the DWS with their respective grants? But the question there is that, indeed, if you start to think around those lines, there needs to be a rigorous process in terms of the conditions. It can't be a business as usual, and it can't be a permanent solution. It might be an interest to say, okay, we'll find it for this first few years, just for establishment, but you need to augment to collections, and then you can be out of the fund. So it's a matter of enabler for you to kickstart. We spoke of the public-private partnership. In that aspect, colleagues, you speak of the mines and the agriculture, which needs to be looked at in terms of the DPSA as well, the WPO, as well as the WSAs. But again, we need a buy-in from the municipalities when it comes to these aspects. Financial viability on the water and sanitation. Debt management, we can go lengthy about it. That's always the factor that we need to start improving on the billing system, which already the sector has got some strategies with regards to that is continuous to support the municipalities to try and address that. It's all about compliance from the side of the municipalities within the systems that are existing as well. Technically, when we look at the technical cooperation capacity, it came to effect that this issue of professionalization, it needs to come through the element of skills audit. And then once you identify the skills, you'll know the gaps and you provide the training adequately. Obviously, I think we spoke immensely about the recognition of prior learning within the existing employees in our space that are actually doing the actual work, but without the qualification. But most of all, we need the professional bodies to make sure that these employees are affiliated so that they could be bound to professionalizing their operation in the space. Reduce water losses. The reduction of water losses, colleagues, it was said immensely that let's come to the element of introducing the telemetric systems in order to measure the bulk and flow meters within the zonal meters as well. Application of system input volume issues of measurements, the initiation of PVRs. We need to start putting PVRs into our system so that we can be able to cap these flow restrictions. And also the development of district metered areas, which is what needs you to be able to cascade down to a certain area that you can be able to manage and be able to understand what are the losses in that area. You do that pocket by pocket up until a certain time that at least you can go to a fuller scope, which is the current model being operated and run by DWS as well. Develop infrastructure asset management. Now, when you speak of the infrastructure asset management, colleagues, it was clear that there is old infrastructure, but again, you must provide systems so that those old infrastructure, you can start to develop as-built drawings. You can have detectors of the pipe system that are underground so that you can know where the pipe is. And then you start drawing from that onset, working from the answers. Then you have a clear, credible asset register. Because the other problem is that the asset registers are there, probably they might be there for compliance of the fund requirement. They need to be credible, and they need to speak the actual aspect that we're having in the municipalities. And then also, you talk to the issues of O&M plans. Because yes, by having all these assets, that means you know your asset, you know their conditional assessment, when are they going to be replaced, then we can start talking about how can we operate them. But you can't operate what you do not know. Management of aging infrastructure. Colleagues, this one was explicitly pronounced by the President of the country yesterday. Here we need to develop tools of analyzing the existing infrastructure. But remember, the infrastructure is there. There are two ways. It's either if you have been poorly maintaining and operating your infrastructure, you are actually accelerating its aging capacity. But the minute you operate correctly, then you might maximize the period of aging with its infrastructure. But where we are now, we've got an aging infrastructure. Do we have to ignore it? No, we can't. We need to start looking at what are the models that we can then improve on financing that aging infrastructure. Because already when we're financing the new, we must think about the aging that we are having. Technically, to identify... Okay. Thanks, TM. Already we talk about the sitters in terms of the development of the unemployed personnel into the communities in order to enhance the capacitation. I think we speak immensely about that. Acceleration of appointment, the priorities and tools of trade. We can't ignore that in terms of operation and also owning up to what the DM was saying earlier about the water trucks. Additionally to that, we spoke in terms of the existing bodies of knowledge that we need to actually exacerbate on and make sure that we address to the issues of data analysis and collection of data of the existing information so that we can be able to provide informed solutions and decisions. Also, colleagues, within the building of partnership for youth resilient and of communities, we look at enabling of private sector participation, but we're primarily looking at the wastewater reuse based on mining utilization, the general energy through biogas and the likes. Also, the establishment of water commitment to protect the infrastructure, because that's quite important, colleagues. The issues, we need water committees to protect the infrastructure for basic improving the response of time for emergencies and also to address the issues of lessons learned. Because, colleagues, there's already a program running within the eThekwini by the presidency. So we need to piggyback on what is winning and then we apply with its work streams within other provinces. Obviously, the oversight by the premiers and the MCs will be important and pivotal on that. Fighting crime, colleagues, is establishment of National Water and Sanitation Anti-Corruption Forum. There, they need to clamp down the issues of corruption. However, also with the alignment of crime intelligence, we need a level of intelligence in order to know, because you'll find that the perpetrators that are busy doing the work are sitting and not being visible. So intelligence, that's where they step in to find the real source of the problem. And also the lifestyle audits, which were pronounced by Minister Babes Omans. In conclusion, colleagues, I think it was pronounced by my fellow colleague, in terms of the council, that indeed, within our work stream, it was the council that seems to be in control. We need the council to be in control and hold accountability so that they can also hold accountability to the employees. But they need to be held accountable by their ministers and their MSCs as well as the premiers in the likes. And the issues of monitoring and evaluation of the program needs to be in place so that we can monitor and evaluate quarterly and understand that by the end of the program, when we come back here next year, we've got a trail of what have been developed and what have we overcome, and predominantly there could be awards based on those who delivered quite immensely. Thank you, colleagues.
No, thank you very much. Very, very good work. And you can give them a round of applause. On these ones, I'm not going to open for discussions now because these groups of 2A to 2D, they are all the same around water services, access and provision, is same issue. But I just wanted to use only not more than 2 minutes or less on the members of this group. Is there a fundamental distortion or material distortion of the presentation or omission? Fundamental distortion or omission? Thank you very much. Let's give it to Executive Mayor of Ngagamotiri and Tate Mulife, Kumalo Mulife.
No, thank you very much,
And
DM.
I'm not sure whether you are the Water Services Authority today or we are the provincial chair of SALC. You can speak on both.
I'm actually both. No, thank you very much.
You know, Reddy says you are MK of what you're, but you are the proper MK, ne?
The original one. No, thank you very much. I try to pay attention, but I get a sense that we dealt strongly with vandalism and we resolved around it, but I think I missed it there. And the coming in of law enforcement agency with regard to crime around water. So I didn't see that reflecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just include that? And Minister, she passed that commission. You forgot that the other immediate task was to remove illegal connections. Banchoncha Mans. Let's thank Smart and the team. Minister Ulive, yabo. Ngengisho lento ishile. At this stage, I will give Dr. Ntili and the team to make your presentation, 20 minutes. You will indicate which group you were at, Dr. Ntili. The problem with DMC will have not made a provision for Dr. Ntili on this stage.
Thank you, DM, Minister, and DM Emma.
My apology. While we are trying to get Dr. Ntili to stand up, my apology, I'm coordinating with another team there. The team, they've put a presentation that is already there. With your permission, let me allow Ms. Muluku to come just to introduce the work with the Xolani quickly. Then from there, you must follow the one of Dr. Ntili. Oh, group one, Dr. Ntili. Then you will follow Tusine. My sister, introduce the work.
Thank you, DM. Good morning, colleagues. I stand here observing all protocols served. We are Group 2B, last year classed as the poor performing municipalities. Before we started with the discussions yesterday, our first agreement was that we are not gonna do or come with actions that will bring the same results or produce what we have been seen or how we have been classed as poor performing municipalities. We want to move out of poor performers and slowly get to good and average performers DM. That is what we agreed on. I was co-chairing with the DM. DM, I was co-chairing with DDG Zwane, that is the DDG responsible for regulation, compliance, and enforcement. Colleagues, I think you can take note that this is an upward delegation. Thank you. DDG Zwane, you can take up the stage and represent us.
Thank you, Mologo. Good morning, Minister. And also let me stand on protocol that has been established. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, once again. I will present the discussions of Group B. We started with a presentation that was focusing on the outcome of the 2 drops. And then we also had a very good presentations from the Chief Executive of Rainwater, who was our water expert yesterday, Sipho Msai. So we followed that approach, that then the comments were both on our presentation as well on that presentation, which was very thought-provoking. You will note that some of the comments may be the comments that came not just only from the municipalities, but from other stakeholders who participated in our discussion. Indeed, on the presentation, there was a general agreement of some areas, and then also there was an indication of varying interpretation of some of the terms that we use. like for example, the ring fencing of the WSP function within the municipalities. There was an observation that sometimes some of the issues of the municipalities are not really basically a financial problem for investors to come in. There was also an indication or a submission on how the municipalities are responding to the grants. Like, for example, the grants will already be approved, but the municipalities have not started with their procurement program. And then this leads to either under expenditure or them not implementing the project fully, and the monies are forced to be returned to Treasury. And the municipalities agreed that they will need them to be aligned with our national Treasury as well as DWS programs in terms of planning, so that they are aligned with the grant framework. And also, they also agreed that some of them, they have not created the separation between the WSA and the WSPs, but some of them, they do have that internal arrangement in terms of saying, or offering fencing through an SLA. Then we moved into the 5 pillars of focus. Some of the issues have been raised already by my presenter, the presenter before me, on the implementation and delivery model. Indeed, the participants, they agreed to explore the service delivery model, either as SPVs, concessions, or PPPs, or even to look what is appropriate within each municipality. So they allowed themselves some timeframes there. But they did also caution us, the department, to say it shouldn't be given that the water boards are also able to be appointed as an implementing agency or even to play a role of what WSPs. So they themselves, the WSAs, must undertake due diligence for the municipality, for the water boards, and also the departments must undertake a program of evaluating the efficiencies of the water boards. And the DWS was given that responsibility as well to fast track the amendments of the Water Services Act so that we are able then to implement the licensing of water services providers. And then the single accountability model was also highlighted and adopted by the municipalities so that there is a single point of accountability. Now we move to the financial viability model, which almost linked as well to the previous one. There are a number of actions that the municipalities adopted. One of them is the prioritization of metering and billing by WSAs, and then also the full ring fencing of water services budgets and the functions. And then they identified as well the key issue of digitization of the manual systems for efficient water operations. There was an issue to say one of the causes of poor revenue management is the separation now of the billing systems. For example, for ESCOM, which bills directly the constituencies, or they say their customers, and then which means then if the municipalities is sending their bills, they miss that opportunity. Someone will be willing to pay ESCOM, but not be willing to pay the municipalities. But if it is an integrated bill, then they will be able then to pay whatever is due to the municipality. And then the issues of improving data integrity and credibility of that data that is used by the municipalities as well, either it's technical data or the financial data. Then on the issue of technical and operational capacity, an example was made that, for example, in Temsileani, it can be easier if it would be difficult for them to retain and attract an engineer when, say, for example, City of Tshwane issue the same advert for the same requirements of engineers. So there was that issue of how do they attract and retain engineers when maybe the issues of budget and issues of location that impacts on them. So they have to develop that retention and attraction strategy. And then also the use of retired experts. There was that agreement on, say, some of these aspects, they retire still very energetic and able to do the work. So there must be a way of continuing to use them in a particular field where they are still required and the municipality is struggling to retain those skills. And then also there was an issue that was raised even at the beginning to say the separation of the group is denying the municipality that opportunity maybe to get an understanding of how the good performers attain this good drops report. So now they want to propose the twinning arrangement, or the arrangement where the good performers will be able to work with the group under 2B so that they can share their experiences. And then also to ensure that their organograms, some of them they retain with 50% or more vacancies, that they need to be supported to fill in those vacancies, particularly in technical departments. And then the issue of asset management, because it is a challenge. If you don't have a good asset management systems, then you are unable to manage your asset properly, even looking at the life cycle of your assets. In terms of building partnerships for resilient communities, they agree that they need to be that collaboration, even using the DDM model. So also to use the IGR processes so that there is that collaboration between the municipalities and their stakeholders. There was an example of water care forums, which are in the Western Cape, where all the people responsible for water care, they meet on an annual basis. There are some of them, there's an award which is issued by the provincial government of Department of Water and Sanitation. So these partnerships, they also encourage some of the municipalities to perform better. And then the partnerships with institutions of higher learning, and including the CETA. And then the PPPs was also included as part of these key 5 pillars. Fighting crime, it starts with awareness. Municipalities need to ensure that they do community awareness programs, teaching the municipalities the implication of theft, how it impacts on them as well, and the issues of vandalism of infrastructure, the impact on the municipalities, and also on the safety that is provided to them. And then the issue of elevation of criminality to provincial and national joint to address organized crimes, as indicated as well yesterday by the Minister of Water and Sanitation. And also for the department, we need to promulgate the norms and standards, which will make sure that the tankering is only used as an emergency, not rather as a norm in providing water services. And also to work then with the SIU, where information is available to the municipalities, that who is behind the vandalism and also behind the issues of theft. All in all, in conclusion, for the team, there was an agreement that municipalities need to take their water business as a business, to also enable that environments where there could be investment, the blending finance, and other areas which can improve how they attract business and also how then they operate the WSP services as a business. Thank you, colleagues.
No, these hands, they sound lukewarm. We know that we brought together people with a number of challenges. And let's just check from those who attended this commission if there's something fundamental that has been left out, or something fundamental that has been misrepresentation. There's nothing, but the comment made by Mayor Khumalo Mlifi, that comment that was made, Minister, must be included here. You know, one of the big issues, Kolan and the team, you need to do on fighting crime, include the question of water theft and vandalism. Water theft, there are people who are actually building dams illegally. There are people who are abstracting, taking water from the dams illegal, from the reservoirs illegal, doing illegal connections. But also on that area, Kumalo, that you raise leadership, they must also include these people who are selling water illegally. There are too many bakkies and other things that are running around, and that you should. And on financial viability, you guys, you must include this thing of the threat to municipality in terms of the shrinking revenue when people are getting off the grid. We will take Group C. We have managed, Force, I've managed to find something for Comrade Didi to be standing up. We will allow Dr. Didi to stand up with Group C. Ain't that it?
No, thank you, Program Director, DM, Minister, Deputy Minister Kolo, the Chairperson and the members of Portfolio Committee and Mayors, and all protocol observed. I think this group that we're really dealing with was a group consisting about 27 municipalities that scored average across the water supply system in 2023, a full blue drop and also 22 full green drop assessment. What we did in the group, we managed to have two presenters. I think it was coming from the Mayor, Annette Mayor, and also Dr. Melamu from Water Research Commission. And what we really engaged, and the group was really vibrant in terms of the inputs that they have also put. And definitely we assessed what we have done in the past Indaba and the quiz which was sent to the municipalities. And at the end, something was really produced, and we had one of our member there, Mayor Orfena Namavola from Rustenburg local municipality, who volunteered to give the presentation, and will give today, as at the time, to present. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Okay, so we, from our group, we scored average, and I think there was an agreement that, look, next year would like to be in the blue team as well. Out of the 27 municipalities that scored under Group 2C, we had 12 water services authorities in attendance. The portfolio committee member recommended that all the water services authorities that were not in attendance should be summoned to account for the non-attendance. Reflection on the presentation, the group did not agree on the progress to date that was collected through the questionnaire. The causes for the lack of progress were identified as follows. The funding model from the fiscus to local government is insufficient, with only 10% share. Frequent changes in administration, which leads to changes in strategic plans across all government spheres. Staggered payments and grants leading to implementation delays. It was recommended that the following should be done to accelerate implementation: address inconsistencies between all spheres of government with the regulation function. Regulator assessment of performance should be conducted by the Department of Water and Sanitation. Be selective in prioritization of activities to be able to make progress. Within our group, there was no common understanding of what is meant by ring fencing. So it is recommended that the Department of Water and Sanitation and National Treasury communicate clear guidelines to concept along with the water services authorities and water services providers, both internal and external. We then looked at the 5 pillars and came up with action plans for the remaining points. So the first pillar, which is an implementation and delivery model, the following were noted and recommended. Secondary cities should be prioritized to replicate metropolitan reforms in terms of ring-fencing water trading. This should be implemented through COCTA, SALGA, and the department within the next 3 to 6 months. Screen against requirements to identify potential secondary cities that could access conditional grants linked to ring-fencing. Develop policy framework requirements on compulsory structuring on water trading services. This could either be implemented by the Department of Water and Sanitation through Section 10 standards of the Water Services Act or the Municipal Financial Management Act. Water services authorities should appoint water service providers or establish utilities to achieve separation of powers with performance criteria and consequence management by the water services authorities, noting that water service providers will have to build capacity and grow over time. A review of the COCTA regulations on trading services to 3 separate business units would then require standard organogram for municipalities in terms of water business. Moving on to the second pillar, which is financial viability of the water and sanitation sector, the following actions were noted. Engage with water partnership organizations on potential performance-based contracts to address non-revenue water. This should be implemented by all water service authorities with the assistance of WPOs. Secondary cities need to establish dedicated teams for water conservation and demand management. In our group, we noted that most water service authorities do not have dedicated teams for these strategies. Implementation of Section 10 standards on tariffs and enforcement by DWS. This has already commenced, enforcement in 2026 once the bill has been passed in June 2025. Implement true zero-based budgeting to determine accurate cost. Stepped tariffs should be increased for water and even more for wastewater services. Appropriate sanitation tariff and industrial effluent trade charges should be implemented. Standardize indigent list linked to equitable share with some form of control or audit to verify beneficiaries. Enforcement of bylaws and address corruption of enforcers and contractors. Update or implement bylaws for prepaid meters. Continuing on the financial viability of the water and sanitation sector, we need to conduct campaigns to eradicate illegal connections and at the same time establish alternative ways to provide water legally. The water services authorities need to review these actions and indicate measures that will be taken tailored to each water services authority. This should be done by June 2025. Prioritize enforcement against non-payers or large consumers. There needs to be a national drive and all who can afford to pay must pay. To reduce strain on wastewater treatment plants, grey water from 50 millimeter pipes in domestic systems need to be removed from the sewer network for reuse in households such as gardening and used for things such as gardening and swimming pools. Water services authorities need to encourage bulk users and new developments to have separate grey water from sewage and reuse the grey water within their facility. An off-grid policy needs to be developed for decentralized systems. Moving on to the technical and operational capacity pillar. Skills development program to support compulsory minimum competency regulations need to be developed and implemented. Professionalization of process controllers through regulation 3630. Process controllers should go through standardized training. Engineering and planning operations should register within their respective professional bodies. This should be enforced by the department through Section 9 compulsory standards. Capacity of water services authorities, there needs to be a review on the organogram and link to water services providers' licensing systems. Thus ensuring that water services providers are also competent. Skills assessment and correct placement of personnel should be standardized through the Section 9 standards. Existing body of knowledge, technologies, and treatment methods, innovations in terms of sanitation and sludge beneficiation. Model conditions of contractors for studies to include intellectual property rights. Still on the technical and operational capacity, we need to address challenges prohibiting uptake of technologies. We need to build, operate, and transfer private sector or large users in systems. Moving on to the fourth pillar, which is building partnership for resilient communities. We need to expand city program to secondary cities. This should be done through National Treasury within the next 6 months. We need to work together with communities to prevent vandalism. This could be done through education and awareness campaigns within the local government sphere. This should be implemented by June 2026. Fighting crime and corruption, which is our last pillar. We need to develop water infrastructure security plan to mitigate against sabotage, theft, and vandalism. We need to disbar professionals who are found guilty of corruption within the government spheres, and this should be regulated by EXA, SACNEPS, or any other professional body, and should be implemented within the next 3 months. Thank you.
Ngathi ninomona nje. This group is a group that is in between ability to perform better, but also a possibility of declining. You remember they were not bad, but they were not the best. They're actually under good. This is what they are recommending. Thanks for the presentations. Can I just double check those who attended this commission, if there are matters that you think they were missed, that are important, or you think that these two leaders, they chose to misrepresent you in a material way? Are they fine, Comrade? They are very fine. You want them to be clapped for, let's clap for them. We'll go to the last group. The last group is D. These were the ones that performed better in the drop reports. And the acting provincial head, Luxolo, and the team, they will come and make a presentation. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Sanele. You can have the presentation.
Good greetings to the minister, the DMs, and all the delegates. All protocol has been observed. We have been in group 2D, and that was the least attended group because it's few municipalities within the country that are actually doing good in terms of management of their systems. We were supposed to have 12 municipalities, only 6 were in attendance, and including Erwat. You would think that because the group was of municipalities that are actually performing good. It's going to be an easy task for us to put together this presentation, and it has been the most difficult one because we would think that because we've been performing good, there's nothing that we need to improve on. However, we're able to put together information that is going to enhance what we are currently doing and be able to perform better in future. I will call upon Mr. Luxolo Mdichane, who will give us the presentation that is coming from Group 2D. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM. Greetings to Honorable Minister, and the protocol is observed. Honorable DM, our presentation might be a little bit different, but we felt that it is important that we can also incorporate the inputs that were made on the plenary yesterday before the breakaway sessions, which seeks to assist us in terms of providing more information on our action plan. We also felt that let's highlight the outcomes and also the progress that has been made by our good performing municipalities. And we felt that we provide the proposed action plan with these key 5 focus areas. And then we also provided a strategic recommendation which will assist the decisions after the Water Indaba. I will only indicate the key important point that has been highlighted by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, indicating that we are currently in a state of emergency. Therefore, it is required from us within the water sector to work quickly in terms of the strategic turnaround plan in addressing the issue that we are currently having on the ground. Then in terms of the program statement, our Honorable Minister also indicated that while there's this persistent challenge on the ground, our grants in some of the municipalities, they are not fully spent. Hence, this financial year, we might probably have a challenge of not allocating some money within those non-performing municipalities. Then, this is the list of the performing municipalities, but we felt that it is very much important that let's indicate which ones were available within our breakaway session and those ones which were not in attendance. But we understood very well that others, they were attending other breakaway sessions in terms of providing support in the other side. But we managed to capture all the inputs which seeks to assist in terms of the action plan going forward. But Honorable Deputy Minister, we felt that it will be important that let's also indicate how did they perform these performing municipalities. I can indicate in terms of the key achievements that they have made only 2 last bullet points, which seeks to say they had a strong financial and asset reporting, as well as a very good response in terms of the scores on the blue drop, which is having an average of 85%. But in terms of key concern, because they are not 100% in terms of their performance, we indicated that some of the infrastructure facilities, they are still within poor conditions. So they need to be urgently addressed as a matter of urgency. Now, in terms of the key points on ring fencing as well as the Section 78 process, this is the status quo. We felt that let's provide these visuals so that we can be able to see their status quo. we indicated that there are still areas that need acceleration in terms of what needs to be done within those municipalities, but we indicated a number of things, but I want to dwell much in terms of the first one and the last one, where we are saying the issue of ring-fencing the water services function, provision function, it's really needed to be attended. And the issue of the council resolution is also very much important in that regard. But in terms of those unserved communities, we are indicating that we need to fast track the issue of addressing the backlogs. Therefore, it's very much important that within the grant we address that. But we also indicated that there are some enablers for acceleration. But one key which I can mention is that we need to embark on an innovation technology which seeks to assist us in terms of addressing these matters. Then, though they are still performing well, but we are also saying that there is still a lot that needs to be done within those municipalities. Upon finalizing the status quo in their presentation, there were a number of questions that were needed to be responded by the group, but some of them, they were really not in disagreement in terms of the presentation, but we identify some few issues that needed to be addressed. But coming now to the real action plan, within these 5 key areas that needs to be addressed, this is the action plan, Honorable Deputy Minister. Starting from the first pillar, we are indicating indeed that upon the inputs that we received from those performing municipalities, they are indicating that general, the utility model is very much important in terms of dealing with water and sanitation services. And then the issue of separation of WSA and WSP is also very much important. And review and align with Section 63 of the Water Act, as well as Section 154 and 139 intervention. It's really needed. The issue of Section 78, we also indicated that is very much important, but it was also highlighted by the other groups. Coming to the financial viability, we also indicated that the non-revenue reduction plans need to be developed with clear targets from the side of the municipality, but with indeed a support from the side of the sector departments, your COCTA, DWS, and National Treasury. We also indicated that we need to make use of mid-term budget reviews to prioritize refurbishments and monitoring and energy efficiency. We also indicated that we need to leverage in terms of the PPEs and ensure that the offices that can really assist in terms of assisting the process on the ground, it's very much important that they come in. But we also indicated that those who are administering and managing the grants, they need to ensure that they follow the necessary process so that we can really avoid the grant abuse on the ground. We indicated that municipalities as well as COCTA National Treasury, they will play a very major role in this regard. Then financial viability as well still continues. We also indicated that we can make use of Section 10 of Water Services Act to ensure that there is an implementation of cost reflective tariffs. And we also indicated that we need to ensure that we understand our profile within our municipalities in terms of our customers. The issue of asset management came strongly within the commission, and we also realized that within the municipal councils, we are saying that there should be priority of investment in terms of our infrastructure development, particularly when it comes to O&M budget. That priority is very much important. What normally happens, the municipality at times, they really not prioritize this, rather prioritize other services, but we are saying this service needs to be prioritized. But coming to the technical and operational capacity, what we are saying is very much key. The issue of process controllers, it's very much important that they need to be registered following the regulation 3630. But we also indicated that we need to complete skills and audit, and also come up with training needs analysis. We indicated a number of stakeholders that needs to be assisting in that regard. And also we said professionalization is very much important. And also this has also been addressed, the one of improvement of condition of our facilities. It has been also addressed within the financial viability as well. But lastly, on the technical and operational capacity, we also indicated that we need to do some sharing of information in terms of our experts on the ground so that we can be able to address these water services issues. These are the last few items in terms of financial viability. No, this is the duplication of the previous slide. Now, in terms of the strategic recommendation, Honorable DM, we felt that let's indicate this so that when you are making a decision, Honorable Minister, you can be able to take note of this. On that note, thank you very much. These were the municipalities that were performing very well. Thank you.
Now, let's give Enele and Lukolo the round of applause. Except that you are not pleased, there are those who never attended, because their results were looking much better, and in the main, some of them, they're metros, and they are losing more water, we know now. They are the biggest problem now, some of them. That's why President and Minister, all of us, we must be intervening. They thought they have arrived, some of them, others are still disciplined. They are trying to do this thing called continuous improvement. On this group, are there matters that are fundamental that you think they were left out, but also matters that are fundamental that you think are an omission? On this group, there is none, and the only thing that this group should have done, or we should do, is also to put a case study to say, well, how did they do, one of them, to share a turnaround? I'm sure we must be a learning sector. Must be a learning sector. We must be able to actually say on the high category, remember municipalities are categorized. On the basis of categorization, we can put a case of metro, we can put the other categorization of strategic town, even a smaller municipality if we do have those cases, so that we can be able to be part of a new culture of information sharing, best practices, and so forth. Let's give this team a round of applause. They are released. My time now is 10:34. I'm going to allow probably between an hour to about 30 to 40 minutes. Is it an input for about this group that is leaving? Okay, please, you can come through.
Thank you so much, DM. Good morning, colleagues, all protocol observed. Though I wasn't part of the group, coming from COCTA and our responsibilities there.
Maybe let's just wait a sec, just keep the mic. What I will do, I will take some few hands from the plenary around certain fundamental issues. I'm not going to take more than probably 15 hands. Certain comments that are not starting their work from scratch, I will want them to be raised. My sister will be number 1 there with your mic. My brother here will be number 2. And then you'll be number 3. I'm done with this row. I'll take the 3 hands. On that row, there is a hand there at the back. You'll be number 4. Is your hand up? Number 4. You'll be number 5 here, MEC. Or it will be number 5. In this row, I'll take Honorable Reggie number 6. My sister there will be number 7. At the back, you'll be number 8. This side will be number 9. Number 10, it will be Salka. Salka, Deputy President, will be number 10. Our CISA, the chairperson of our CISA, you'll be number 11. Number 12, will be the chair of the portfolio committee. And then 1 MEC, they will agree these MECs of COCTA will speak. Thank you. The last one will be number 14. The colleagues from the universities, one of them will speak. There are those numbers. I do 3 minutes rule. 3 minutes rule. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DM, once again for the opportunity. Mine is to comment on behalf of municipalities, as I've indicated that as COCTA we play an oversight in ensuring that these grants are utilized optimally so. One has identified a lacuna in respect of the responses which come from the National Treasury, whereby municipalities do make applications, how in respect of utilizing transversal tender, could be RT4, RT57, and they wait very long to receive responses from National Treasury. I think the turnaround time needs to be improved from National Treasury so that municipalities are able to utilize municipal grants accordingly. And secondly, the issue of the research that needs to be conducted to incorporate some of the recommendations which have been made in respect of the systems which could improve the issue of the water leaks. It could be a system that could isolate the system remotely, as we have seen it with other reticulation systems, such as a gas reticulation system. If there's a leak, they are able to remotely isolate based on the amount of gas or maybe water that is flowing. I think that was indicated on the presentation, but I think we need to do this research and improve on the database on those RTs as such that the service providers are able to provide this technical equipment and that will actually assist in utilizing funds optimally. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Number 2, on the list, number 14, it will be South African Water Partnership Network. And then lastly, there's someone who was representing Amakos, will be 15. Number 2.
Thank you, DM. Let me begin by firstly thanking the ministry for putting this Indaba together. I think it was a very appropriate appropriately timed. I just want to comment on what the President said yesterday, that he doesn't want this to be another talk shop. And I think coming from the presentations here, I looked at time frames. Many of the time frames are talking 3 to 6 months, 12 months, some are even 3 years, up to 3 years. The thing is that there is a crisis right now. Minister has accepted that as well. And we need to have short, immediate solutions to what we can do. I am someone who served in the local government sphere for many, many years. I served on a water board for many years as well, and now I'm a member of parliament. I was in the Umgeni Water Board, and it is not correct that the law prohibits a water board from being an implementing agent for the department in a municipality. Because in Umgeni, we constructed the Ludeke Dam. We also worked in the OR Tambo District Municipality, all under a special proclamation from the minister at the time to move into those municipalities and go there and do critical work in water and sanitation, which was urgently needed, and those municipalities did not have the capacity to do so. Now, the issue is that right now, there are certain burning areas in the country. And sadly, those municipalities chose not to come to this Indaba. Itiquini, for example, was not represented here. The one person that was here is not an official rep from Itiquini. Yet Itiquini is literally on fire. So I want to propose, and no matter what we say, yourself, minister, myself, councillors that are present, we are all community activists. Ultimately, we go home to the areas where we live in. We meet our families, we meet neighbors, we meet the community, and they ask us, what are you doing about the water crisis? We haven't had water for several weeks. DM, I want us to do what we've done.
As you conclude.
Yes, as I conclude. What I'm saying is, let us establish war rooms, the least we can do. Let's establish war rooms initiated by the department and using water boards together with municipalities. And let's start monitoring and identifying all those municipalities where there is an immediate crisis and where something needs to be done urgently. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. We'll take the third person.
Good morning. My name is Natasha. I'm from Coca-Cola Beverages Africa. I head up water security for the continent, and I'm also here with strategic water partners. So noting that businesses in South Africa, and specifically in municipalities, are highly concerned about the risks associated with water supply. We cannot afford downtime due to water supply problems and cannot be restricted due to including the impact that this might have on revenue loss and potentially job losses. So this creates opportunities to work with the private sector water users to reduce the risk of water interruptions and possibly restrictions by developing municipal water partnerships. So what we would like to see more of is a structured non-revenue water fund, ring-fenced water savings opportunities programs, private sector funded projects programs, resource sharing, and potential benefits from these would be additional sources of funding for ops and maintenance, and greater collaboration between the municipalities, its high water users, to both find mutually beneficial solutions. We would prefer to work with a designated private sector representative that would be able to enable brokering these relationships. This would also support in de-risking some of the funding that would go into municipalities to support non-revenue reuse projects, etc.
Now, thank you very much from Natasha from Coca-Cola SA. Those key issues. The third person, or is a fourth person now? Is there at the back?
Good morning, DM, or all protocol observed. My concern is about the long-term...
So that they can always remember your input, introduce yourself.
Sorry, dear. I'm Barry Martin, Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. My concern is on the water mix, and that you so aptly referred to earlier on. Maybe we're not paying attention enough to the biggest available water source to the country, and that is the sea. we, as a sector leader, I believe DWS should lead us in developing a strategy on how to deal with desalination of seawater. 4 of the 8 metros are located along the coast, and potentially it will imply that there will be 4 desal plants, big ones being located along the coast. And the question is, should we reinvest large amounts of money to do the same research 4 times over and all over again for the other smaller local municipalities along the coast to arrive at the same goal? As we speak at the moment, TCTA is having some talk about that currently online. And my suggestion is that DWS should lead this matter strategically so that a sector, one of your agencies like TCTA, can go to any of the metros in the country or the local municipality through dedicated funding arrangements and set up a desal plant that is not only dedicated for that small instance, but on a regional point of view so that there can be economies of scale. Thanks.
Thank you. All these points, I hope Secretariat, you are noting them. It is a strategy to say where we know the source is closer, let's use the source closer because it's more convenient, it reduces other errors, even the other sources beyond this one. Thanks for the input. We go to number 4.
Good.
If my maths is good in it, because sometimes I must take my shoes off and count.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues, and DM, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nosi Mazui, and I'm from the Department of Water and Sanitation. I think looking at all the presentations, I think one thing that we left out was the issue that Minister raised yesterday around awareness campaigns. And awareness campaigns not for the community members, but awareness campaigns for us as officials, people that are sitting here. We cannot be nonchalant about discharging 1,000 liters of raw sewage into a water resource for 3 years and not be bothered about it. So we need to bring those campaigns back, that we all live downstream from each other. We cannot allow leaks to go on for years and not be bothered about it. So I would really like us to take that into consideration and awaken our consciences to say we need to do better. Those awareness campaigns that Minister spoke about, we should commit to them. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. The point, our behavior ourselves and the new virtues, it must be all of us, practitioners, new DNA on how we want to be defined. We will go to number 6. The people who are running my mics, number 6 is somewhere there. Please, those who are running the mics, don't cause confusion. I started to this side. Or we're done. If, who was number 6? You know I gave you numbers. Okay, thank you very much. Leadership.
Good morning. I'm Rembo Magoba from CSIR. Talking to the last commission, the development and implementation of non-revenue water strategy or a plan. I saw the omission for research councils or technology developers. It will be important to tap into the existing technology if we were to effectively reduce non-revenue water. Thank you.
Now that CSIR has spoken, Minister, one of the things that we are requesting you as our leader and all of us and the legislators, there's a problem in South Africa where we produce our own solution, innovation by our own institutions as government, but we don't want to use them. And we want to subject them to funny processes. Therefore, put put those who are doing the resolution a clear mechanism on how to use the existing body of knowledge, solutions, and technologies, firstly in the state institutions and in other sectors, because we just create a lot of barriers. It's here, it gets to be sold to other countries, it comes back at a dollar-denominated comrade dollar, and it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. We'll take number 7.
Thank you very much, DM, and all protocol observed. Tava Kelly, I'm from Pukma. Okay, there's just a few issues from my side, or few areas that I believe that we should actually focus on. One is, I seem to think that there's insufficient focus in terms of rural water security. And it's areas that we can actually look into as far as like groundwater recharge is concerned, looking and addressing in terms of all of our illegal connections. The other issue is that of verification in terms of our indigent registers, that it actually talks to the grants that we actually provide to municipalities as far as equitable share is concerned. And I think a lot more needs to be done in that space. In terms of the model for alternative sub-delivery model, this is an area where we really need to focus in terms of strengthening competency as far as governance oversight in local municipalities. And we find that this is an area that we really need to look into, looking at individuals that have the credentials in order to uplift municipalities. We also need to move into the space in terms of poor enforcement or lack of enforcement when we're looking into trying to regulate as well, especially when we're talking about vandalism, illegal connections. So a lot more needs to be done in terms of enforcement. That's all from my side.
No, thank you very much. It's an important issue that we are raising, and our people, those who are capturing, please capture it, because the biggest problem in the main is leadership. And leadership, those issues of governance and the other issues you raised, they can't be missed. But the fundamental point, because most of you, we are staying in affluent areas, sometimes you don't have an issue to say, how do we craft something that is responsive for rural communities so that nobody is left behind? We'll take number 8. Number 8 can proceed. You know your numbers. And the people, where is number 8? There were people this side. What was number 8? Please don't raise new hands, but number 8, you know yourself. Abantu abaphethe ama-mic, ngicale lapha, ngeza la, sengingapha.
Good morning, everyone, and all protocol reserved. My name is Unompilo Nkosi, and I'm from Esri, South Africa. I'm a geospatial analyst there. So I think what I've heard as a common thread with all the stakeholders is asset management. And as a GIS company that we work with a lot of municipality, there's already an existing technology that we have to assist municipalities to in terms of asset management. But the issue with this technology is the marrying between already existing technology with a skills development. Because we have an issue where we propose a solution, but then because there is no familiarity with the technology, it becomes dormant, no one is using it. And then with my third point is that with that issue, we are, as a company, as a private sector, we're already working with your YES programs and your sectors for skills development. The issue now is once we've upskilled your graduates, municipalities say they have a shortage of skills, but we already providing that solution based on the programs that the government is providing, the YES program and the WSETA. But you guys are not absorbing the graduates. So there needs to be a communication between all the departments on after we've upskilled our graduates, take them in so that the technology that we've introduced is used. Because it's disheartening to see that there is existing technology, but a municipality is not using it. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. That was number 8, no? Thank you. One of the biggest issues that must be elevated, which is South Africa's problem, is just the philosophy and doctrine of asset management. From the planning, designs, and so forth, and the use of technologies, because they are smart technologies. Some municipalities, minister, they don't know where the assets are. They don't know. Some of them, they don't even know what are the conditions. If you don't know where they are, you don't know the condition, there's nothing you can do. Some people are even cycling over those assets. This thing called encroaching. And those who wrote something around fighting crime, corruption, vandalism, include the matter of encroaching. People who are going to be building on lines, building on assets, on infrastructure, that is public infrastructure, from a planning point of view, will not happen. Number 9, I donated Salga. Number 10, I donated the chair of the portfolio committee.
Thank you very much.
Ngenza ukuthi sivumelane Nkokheli ukuthi uma uthole sethi angifunde la ungathi ngakuncisha ithuba leadership. Ngizakunika yeah, qhubeka.
No, thank you very much,
Qhubeka
TM,
Deputy President.
Thank you very much, TM, and thanks to the leadership of the DWS for convening this session yesterday and today. And as Salga, we note the work done in the breakaway sessions, and we note the recommendations as presented, and we are not going to comment on every recommendation made because we understand this to be a work in progress. We will communicate with member municipalities on the recommendations arrived at this Indaba. Yesterday, we made a commitment that we will collaborate with the DWS in seeking solutions at the municipal level. Remember, the challenges of municipalities are not the same, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. So we commit that the implementation process of these recommendations, Salga will work with you. Thank you very much, TM.
No, thank you very much, Deputy President. The Deputy President say, Deputy President says the differentiated approach is important in collaboration. Ngifakile-ke leya part ukuthi without losing ownership yabo. Ngiyazi ungangibulala mangayifakanga. Nale user pay principle sizawukhokhelana abakweledayo kuzofuneka bakhokhele nawe ukhokhe on time. Siyazwana ngisho. One WhatsApp group. Chairperson, Honorable Chair of our Portfolio Committee, Honorable Leon Passon.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Firstly, I would like to thank the Minister for inviting the Portfolio Committee to this Indaba. It is very much important for us also to understand where other sectors are coming from, especially the private sector. I think the private sector in this country in future will play a huge role in taking water in South Africa forward. However, I must say that whilst the department and the minister in the ministry has started the Indaba, I really think that there should be a parallel system where COCTA do exactly the same. I said yesterday in the group that I was that we will forever build dams in this country to to create more water or save more water. But if COCTA and the municipalities are not going to preserve our water and fix our leakages, we will get nowhere. We've just spent now, where we will be spending 53 billion rand on the Lesotho Highland scheme. And that water is going to come to Gauteng. But if we can't fix the leaks in Gauteng, that water will go, we will just lose that water. So it is important for us to divide Department of Water and Sanitation and COCTA. Because, Deputy Minister, you know that 90% of the problems that we hear in Parliament and in our committees is COCTA-related questions and problems, which we cannot resolve. Yes, we can assist to resolve, but it is the municipalities that need to resolve these problems, and COCTA needs to get an Indaba going like this and come forward, like the President said, no, we can't talk about this anymore. We need to see stuff being done. So from my side and the committee side, we appreciate all the points made here today. But those points will only mean something if that is put into action. And therefore, my plea would be that the Minister and the Department of Water and Sanitation seriously have a discussion with COCTA on this matter, because we cannot take the blunt and the blame for problems in municipalities, while COCTA just throw up their hands and say, well, what do you want us to do? So it would be a joint, if we can do it jointly, where COCTA gets involved, they sort out the leakages, the infrastructure maintenance in municipality, we build the dams, this country will have enough water. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, the Chair of our Portfolio Committee. In the main, we know that local government has done well in 30 years, but a number of things are not working. The issue of review and strengthening of law and fixing local government is an immediate task. And we want us to resolve that today too, so that we don't call one Indaba for water, we call one Indaba for electricity. The whole government approach. Thank you very much. And we appreciate that yourself, on behalf of the Minister, you actually are here because we're all partners. And then I will ask our CISA. Our CISA is an organization of all our water entities. It has our water boards, the CMAs, irrigation boards, Water Research Commission, you name them. The chairperson of that organization is Ntate Ramateu Mnyonkolo, the chair of Randwater. Comrade Cliff Tinje, angimazi ubonakala masinya mude yabo.
Yeah, thanks, DM. I'll piggyback on the protocols that have already been observed. I just want to also articulate the views of our CISA. My name is Ramateu Munyokolo. I think we need to create an enabling environment in terms of policy, legislation, and regulations, because without that, this will remain a talk shop. Secondly, we need to professionalize and capacitate all the organizations within the water value chain. The department needs to be capacitated in terms of its responsibility, water boards, municipalities, and other entities in the sector, so that we have a single approach in terms of acting as professionals and doing what we're supposed to do. We need to look at the effective delivery model that has been spoken about from yesterday. We should also learn from international trends and strengthen what we have in the country, and with that combined, we can deliver services. Community mobilization is very critical in terms of ensuring that the community protects the water infrastructure. Of course, enforcement comes in, but it's critical that every project you do in the community, you need to get community buy-in. We have a problem of ourselves as leaders not being patriotic about this country. We need to inculcate the spirit of patriotism in this country. We need to have visionary leadership, and we need to have decisive leadership, and we need to change our mindset in terms of our respective responsibilities as leaders in the sector and in the country. Without that, we'll continue to speak and talk and attend conferences with no results. Because if our frame of reference is the love of our country and our people, everything else we do will emerge and will be informed by that frame of reference. Okay. We need to adapt innovative technologies that will assist the water sector to grow, and so that we are relevant in the international communities. We need to collaborate. There's a general challenge as government or government entities where we have a silo mentality. If we continue to operate that way, where we say what the Department of Water and Sanitation is doing has nothing to do with COCTA. I've observed with concern that we don't have the Minister of COCTA. He made a speech yesterday and then he left. The same thing happened in the last summit. So the responsibility of water, though municipalities are water service authorities, seem to be dumped with the Department of Water and Sanitation. And that's the silo mentality that I'm referring to. Of course, I just have a discussion now with my honorable MEC of COCTA of Mpumalanga, who has shown a lot of interest in resolving problems of water, and with that, we want to congratulate him. Thank you, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much.
I'm promoting you.
Thank you. I'm going to request those who are representing our experts for university to have the last word too. They know themselves, they are here. They might have not caucused, but one of them can stand up and speak on their behalf. They are the people who are the producers of the body of knowledge. And there's a lot of knowledge our universities are producing. I've been lucky just to visit most of them all over the country. But sometimes I feel like I'm a small professor now. I just have to get my qualifications right.
Thank you, DM, and all protocols observed. DM, I'm speaking on behalf of the professional bodies, not the academia. And just to say that all the professional bodies are ready to register, regulate and support the professionals in the sector as well as the WSAs. DM, just to remind the audience again that from 1st of July this year, all supervisors of water and wastewater treatment plants in South Africa must be registered as professional process controllers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We want to take a resolution that those who are working here must be assessed so that over a certain period, they will have been assisted to get the proper to become proper professionals. If they don't, they will have to step aside. But then let me go to the South African Water Partnership Network. Some they've spoken, but there's a leadership there, but one person in the South African Water Partnership Network. The partnership network, they are sitting here. They are here. My sister, they are here. This is their role. They will know who's going to speak for 3 minutes on their behalf.
No, thank you, DM, and thank you for asking us to speak. I think you already heard from some of our colleagues on some of the issues. I think what's most important is that we mobilize your partners in the Water Partners Network, particularly big water users and local water users, to support your program. We have a view that there's a lot of good policy shifts that are going to make a big difference in the sector, but we're all aware that you cannot create water. So there's a lot of immediate actions that we have to start doing whilst we do these policy shifts. And water users stand by, they have an invested interest in this, and they are able to assist municipalities and the department as well as water boards. So I think just from our side, we would love to explore this a lot more concretely, to take the outcome of this Indaba and to give specific roles and responsibilities to the Water Partners Network to help you to achieve the outcomes of this Indaba.
Thank you. Thank you very much. DM Sitlulu and your people who can start sitting here. The panel one will start. I want someone who was representing our esteemed Royal Highnesses, the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leadership. Abonda Bezita, they were invited here. I don't know Guti Inkosubani that has been asked to speak on their behalf. Panel one, you have to start to occupy your seat. I'm about to conclude this session. Ubano Kulmelo Ndabezita. Abonda Bezita is this side, your Majesties.
Thank you, TM. Abu Amona Morena Sibidi Molefe, what's on Tunya Marena Yanaha. Real National House, TM. Thank you, TM. Re kutla re motlotlo re be karolo ya mobuka ona opteng kwano. Me re dutlwe ditaba. Re di bone di presentations tsa di commission mo. Me re santsane re hatella mantsweng a president hore DM ha se ke ne ba fela taba ya go bue fela. Implementation ha ebe teng. Nna ke le Morena Sibidi ke tswa Freystata, Maluti ya Phofung. Ke a dumela baetapele ba ka le a tseba hore Maluti ya Phofung ke nngwe ya dimasepala tse sokolang haholo. Ha e some ke dulang teng, re na le matamo a mararo. Ke fika patso.
My apology, Ndabezit.
Yes,
DM with your people, I will chase them out. They are disrupting, we can't hear. Even the people who are actually doing the sign language interpretation. It's an important message. I invited you to my stage. I'm hosting it on behalf of Minister. I have the capacity to eject you. My apologies, Hoshi. Udem Sitlulu zoleting kom.
Thank you, DM. DM ke ne ke re mo ke tswang teng e re ke tswang ho yona Maluti ya Phofung. Re na le matamo mararo. Ke fika patso, ke metsi matso, ke Sterkfontein. Mara ha o sheba Maluti ya Phofung, re sokola metsi ho feta batho bana kaofela ba South Africa mona. Mme ke bone hore minister wa rona o teng mona. Ke kopa minister o ko etele kwana Maluti ya Phofung ko tlo bona bothata bo teng mo.
Those people who are living in areas of our traditional leaders, including rural communities, they too, under the sun, they have a right to dignity. Ministry is really again the visit. Imaluting ayazi sengihlale kakhulu kusho ukuthi siyabuya futhi. The last people that are going to say something, I hope they've organized themselves. I have MECs for COCTA. I don't know which one they'd asked to speak on their behalf. We give MEC Makam, is the MEC for COCTA. in the great province of Limpopo. That's my second home, Comrade Speed.
Thanks very much, DM, and greetings to the Minister. Also join in all of you as protocol is observed. I've been requested through sign delegated by the two brothers of mine. They delegated the younger one.
But we are not only the younger one. In terms of protocol, Comrade Makam, we are the dean for them. There is something in government language. Even how we sit there, whether ministers or deputy ministers, I'm a deputy minister. We know that there is a dean of DMs. I'm the deputy there of the deans of the dean.
Thanks. We also want to acknowledge and appreciate the inputs which are being made in this summit, and Minister, we must thank for the arrangement of this summit. But there are two issues which even the chair of the portfolio raised about the issue of local government. And the three MECs who are here, we are responsible for local government, human settlement, and traditional affairs, all of us. And the communities that do not receive water are part of our areas of operations or portfolios. First thing DM want to request is part of what has been proposed here, the assessment of the capacity of the water service authorities, so that we can be able to find where lies the problem. Because that, as the chair of the portfolio committee say, we can't leave it only to the water and sanitation and not talk about local government. And I may say to the chair of the portfolio, even if the minister is not here, but the MECs are here, we should be able to represent that portfolio. But building capacity in local government is also another area, Minister. One resolution here proposed is that reviewing a mandate for reticulations. I will suggest that as we look at implementing that resolutions, we look more on the alignment of plans. Where a municipality or a district or a water service authority is busy reticulating, what is it that water and sanitation will do for bulk in one area? I have observed, Minister, that you spend money in the bulk, they spend money on the reticulation, but the two are not talking to each other to deliver water to the communities. What the Nkosi have said, that communities do not have money. But if you look at the money we have spent in the value chain of water, it's too much, but water is not there. So we are saying as MECs that we are prepared to support our local government, but working with you more, we'll be able to build capacity and make sure that water is delivered to that required household as such. That is the input we are making here, and say we are going to work with you, Minister, and run that with support, including supporting the water boards, whether it's Makalis or anywhere else, whether municipalities should be able to pay. We should be working with you to support that program, that water boards also get to have capacity to implement their programs. Thanks very much.
No, I think that we must build the state capacity. But while the state capacity, building state capacity at all the value chain, it means an in-depth assessment must be done. From the Department of Water, the provincial departments, the water entities, the municipalities themselves. This is not only for municipalities, because all the sets of actions we have agreed to, we must determine, do we have the capacity? The chair of Friend Water and for our CISA, also the wherewithal to do these things. We do agree. Those who are doing the summary issues is the state capacity, then we prioritize. Minister has already assessed 105 of them, and we need to be in depth. Then the other one, we take issues of alignment of planning, MEC, we are very good. One of the biggest problems I don't understand, why we make a choice not to do the right things. You know, even the people who are planning, Makamo, this issue of design. Some engineers, I don't know why are we always designing that the pipe from the bulk, it goes through certain stages. By the time it arrives in a village, that pipe is so small in terms of the diameter. It does not actually plan for expansion and growth. I don't know why do we do that. The planning that is not actually being adaptive. You know, in one municipality here, there was a sewer at Mfulen because Minister Majodina, she's intervening them. A manhole, Honorable Pasoni, was, coming out this sewer for more than 2 years. And nobody was doing about it. These children, they grew up knowing nothing except the stench of sewer. You know that intervention. One day I had to draw rainwater, brought them on site. We discovered that line in the main, even if it was blocked by people being note, but on the other side, where their biggest volumes, it was a 900 millimeter diameter. But then the joining one was 600 millimeter. Just from a scientific point of view, you ask, but what kind of designers are these ones? By the time it came in here, it was actually coming through with high pressure in terms of velocity. It will flash back. That thing called stress management, we still have to discuss with the professionals on how we make these choices. And I do agree. Minister, the other day, she was very angry with all of us. You know, one day we just spend more money in Kiane, Minister. Now there's reticulation happening here. We discovered one day, we were with you, that after we've done reticulation, we've brought clean water, there's no treatment plant to treat the water. And then from a planning point of view, you thought that we can take water from Vembe to Mopani, and forgot that there are people around and you can't leave them behind. And planning cannot be in such a way like we did with all the big infrastructure before, that it goes through communities. And around these assets, there is poverty, there is no access. We take that point. The other point we need to agree, taking from the MEC, now that we know that there are problems currently on institutional capacity, where are we going to mobilize capacity now for implementation? Whether it is implementing agents, whether they are private or public, how are we going to acquire them? The DG and the people must work on that, whether they have the technical know-how and all these other issues. But we have done the comments on the presentations. These comments on the presentations, they reflect your engagement from President, ministers, yourselves, and our experts and discussions. Can we then agree that these are the detailed implementation plan that must be refined, taking into account issues that were just a small pillar in a cog? The entire system must be looked at. Can I get that by any acclamation that we agree with those amendments made? Is there a serious objection? You see, I'm a Democrat, but I'm not a Republican. Because, you know, ideological, I still believe I'm from a royal family. Read it that way, don't read the other way around. From issues of ideological perspective. There is no objection, Minister. Therefore, this document is going to be cleaned up, refined in a very, very proper way. It will be our detailed implementation plan. And we are going to hold each other accountable. Honorable Person says there must be mechanism of accountability. The chair of our CISA, we're all saying so. And taking leadership, but cascading it down. When we will come back after lunch, we will give you a document called Our Resolutions and Declarations. It's going to be a high-level document. That will be your cover document. Then the detailed implementation of that high-level issues will be all these attachments that are being done here. But we will clarify the process issue. On behalf of the Minister, let's congratulate ourselves and give ourselves a round of applause. At this stage, I'm going to hand over their panel discussions. In the panel discussions, there are two of them. There's a panel discussion led by my colleague and my brother, Honorable DM Sitlulu. He will run the program exactly for an hour. For an hour. And then from there, the other one will be run by Dr. Rismat Mati for an hour. Therefore, DM Sitlulu, I'm giving you the floor with your panel. We are going to push from 11:25 until not above 12:30. Thank you very much. Let's welcome my brother and our Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation in South Africa.
No, unlike you, I'm seated. I'm not standing.
We are trying to manage another important strategic issue. That's why DM is seated.
Dynamites come in small packages, they say. Colleagues, a very good morning. Minister, good morning to you. Good morning to the MECs that I see here, the executive mayors, colleagues from the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, led by Chairperson Leon Basson, the Rand Water, Lepelle, all the water boards led by the chairpersons and CEs. A very good morning to all of you, colleagues from the private sector and the innovators that are outside. Colleagues, we have spoken quite extensively about water. We've spoken about crime. We've spoken about vandalism. We've spoken about non-revenue water, infrastructure. We've spoken about everything that we could possibly speak about as it relates to water. And that relation is in the final form of water. As you open the tap, that is what comes out. What we have not spoken about, which the Department of Water and Sanitation, through Minister Pemi Majodina, led and delegated by myself, is the issue in and around raw water quality. Raw water quality. Basically, how are our rivers and dams looking like? If I can put it like that. You see, I'm sitting with experts, so I'm the lay person, so they must now accommodate me. It must not be the other way around. Because at the end of the day, we need to be able to establish in this particular panel to what extent can we actually begin to address the issue of raw water security in our country. Now, I'll just give an introduction, Minister, here. We are talking about the availability of untreated water in our water resources. We're talking about dams, you name them. People here are experts. They don't need me to remind them about what is raw water. But significantly, we have to talk about the impact that raw water has, particularly to us as people in terms of our health, but most importantly from an economic point of view. Minister, there are a number of key challenges that are facing our raw water quality or raw water in South Africa. And one of those issues is an issue that I'm passionate about. And as I was trying to prepare here, I thought, if I start reading, I'm not going to be authentic in my delivery of this thing. So we're going to narrow this thing down and be able to speak about it in all the facets and components of raw water. Colleagues and South Africans at home, we have a big problem of pollution in South Africa. In fact, it has reached a crisis. And it is not something that we have spoken about openly in this particular Indaba, and that is why Minister has offered us the opportunity to sit down with experts so that we can be able to deliberate upon this issue. We're talking about pollutants from agricultural runoff, industrial waste, untreated sewage, that continues to harm our ecosystem and our biodiversity. We're talking about the fact that there by rainwater, they want to over-abstract, of course, that places our water quantity also at risk, our raw water quantity. We're talking about, Deputy Minister Mahlobo was speaking about the fact that we're not capturing that runoff. That's an issue of an infrastructure issue. We're talking about environmental challenges or changes. We're talking about climate change. Those are some of the issues that are impacting on our raw water quality. So perhaps let me start, Minister, by introducing the panel that is seated before you here. I'm not going to read their credentials. Some of them are too long. For example, Dr. Jennifer, there, the chairperson of the Water Research Commission, if I begin to say PhD in biotechnology, and then I have to, it's 2 pages, Minister. We're not going to finish. Let me introduce colleagues, the CEO of the Water Research Commission, Dr. Jennifer Molwantwa. She's seated right there. You can just wave. We are joined by, it's not TCCA, it's Lesotho Highlands. The CEO of the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, Mr. Pesi Secheman, is sitting right there. And we are also joined by the Associate Professor at the University of South Africa, Y2 NRF rated. You see, well, I have to say these things. It takes long and we only have an hour. Dr. Anya Duplessis, she is a specialist in water resource management. We're also joined by our brother from the one that must give us money, Minister for Infrastructure, Mr. Mohala Rakate from Infrastructure South Africa, is right there. We're also joined by Ms. Buitumelo Matsidiso, who is studying, Minister, towards her master's in data analysis. She's also has a background in chemical engineering. And we're joined by our partner at the SWNP, Mr. Govender, who will all be contributing towards our discussions this particular morning. With that brief, Professor Anya, municipalities in Gauteng, and I'm glad that there are colleagues here from Gauteng. Municipalities in Gauteng, in the context of the Vaal River, in the context of Hartbeespoort Dam, are discharging 1.5 billion liters of raw sewage into our water resources, which has led to the current state of the Vaal River, for those who follow the news, and the Harties Dam. What are the most effective and sustainable strategies that we can deploy in, one, addressing the issue of water pollution, and secondly, from a government and international point of view, what are the effective collaborative mechanisms that we can really enter into where we can begin to fundamentally begin to address these issues, particularly if we look at the impacts that water pollution has on aquatic water life?
Are you sure that's all that you want to ask me? That is quite a loaded question. So my perspective on this, and I've spoken to you, DM, about the Vaal especially, it's one of my passions as well, anti-pollution. What we actually have to do is to address the source, and I think municipalities at this point in time has been hit so many times during the past couple of 2 days that, sorry, but that's one of the primary issues that is coming up in each and every forum, that municipalities need to start working, and we need to get the relevant people with the right qualifications and experience in our municipality so it can start to work. My perspective, and also what I've seen in research in the Vaal River especially, is that most of our rivers are losing their buffering capacity, meaning that previously dilution, we still have dilution, but obviously that dilution is not as effective anymore as it was. I was at the UNISA in Bizo on Tuesday, and we spoke to, Rand Water was one of the speakers. And when I address the pollution issue is, I'm saying at this point in time, if we don't care about the environment, if we don't care about human health, usually people start to react when it starts to hit their pockets. And that's what we're seeing currently in the water value chain, is that pollution obviously increases the pollution load, and then Rand Water has to now get all of the stuff out of there, and that obviously increases your tariffs and the amount of money that municipalities have to pay. So you're actually just penalizing yourself by just dumping in sewage into our rivers. Not even when it comes to our human health. Communities are suffering, and most of them don't know any different. I received a question saying that, are we doing enough to educate our communities in terms of sewage? And the question is, and the answer is no. Communities go to various police stations, they go and report pollution, and obviously, unfortunately, they don't even know how to open a docket. So in that sense, things aren't very positive at this sense, but I am hopeful that things will change because this Indaba is already a right step in the right direction. In terms of collaboration, universities are here. We collaborate with WISA, we collaborate with WRC, with many of the partners that are sitting here. Rand Water, Magalies Water. The thing at this point in time is collaboration. Let's just look at the problem from our perspective in South Africa. We have the knowledge, we have the technology here, and if we do determine that we don't have the necessary resources or expertise, we can then partner with other international partners, especially Germany and Netherlands and Denmark, especially when it comes to non-revenue water and leakages.
Thank you so much. Ntata Rakgati, the good doctor mentions the issue of municipalities, particularly in the context of their infrastructure. Our Green Drop report tells us that just over 60% of wastewater treatment infrastructure or wastewater treatment works of water services authorities is fundamentally collapsed, it's fundamentally failed. What do we do from an infrastructure fund point of view, particularly given the fact that, you know, these particular rivers and dams, they really do contribute to socio-economic development. There's a lot of communities who are dependent on fishing there for their own sustenance. They're dependent on the recreational aspect of things. They're dependent on tourism. How do we begin to look at the infrastructure issue and look at the socio-economic impact that the current state of pollution in the country has had? And how do we go now into markets and begin to really invest intensively in our infrastructure at that level?
Thank you very much, Program Director. We appreciate the opportunity to share with the Indaba, you know, the role of the infrastructure fund, which is really a new kid on the block, less than 5 years old, having been established in 2020 at the height of COVID. We were established as a result of a partnership between National Treasury, Infrastructure South Africa, as well as the Development Bank of Southern Africa, where we are hosted physically. And our mandate is really around blended finance to ensure that we mobilize state resources to crowd in private sector participation. In that way, we ameliorate, you know, the fiscal constraints that we have in order to crowd in more funding and financing from other players. And to date, we are happy to share that we have done projects to the value of 100 billion, just over 100 billion, and 50% of those are in the water sector. We have mobilized 38 billion from government. The president announced when the infrastructure fund was formed that 100 billion will be carved out to be able to be an anchor for private sector participation. So of that 100 billion to date, we have tapped into 38 billion. And we are again happy to say 23 billion is dedicated to water and sanitation. And this is thanks to the partnership with the DWS, as well as its agencies like TCTA, with whom we are collaborating. And on the back of that, we are mobilizing 50 billion worth of projects for the water sector. And we do have a very good pipeline that we work on. Our focus so far has been around water resources, you know, supporting raw bulk infrastructure, but also around conservation, you know, around water reuse, to ensure that you balance both the new infrastructure as well as, you know, working on, you know, conserving what already you have, you know, through maintenance and proper operations, so that we ensure that sustainability. And going forward, we really would like to leverage more on the water conservation and demand management. And in that way, you begin to address, you know, even issues of pollution. Because if you have contained and dedicated, you know, water, treatment and water reuse programs in place, you are able to then control even the effluent into the river systems. Yeah, thus far we have been doing well, and we hope to, you know, continue partnering with the department and its agencies to ensure that we do more in the areas that are of concern. And the water sector for us remains, quite key and a priority, as the numbers show. Even going forward, we want to dedicate more resources into the sector.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for that particular response. Dr. J, your chairperson, Dr. Melamu, said yesterday in the session that I was participating in, she says that the existing body of knowledge and innovation from a research point of view and otherwise is there. The problem is that it has been made so fundamentally difficult for municipalities to actually adopt those particular ideas and be able to implement them, to a point where one of the panelists was saying, can we be able to amend the MFMA to a point where we can be allowed as municipalities to pilot different innovations to address certain challenges, particularly as it relates to the topic that we're having here today? You are in that space. You have traveled accordingly. You recognize and understand the challenge that we're facing, and we are able to build the nexus between raw water that we have and also how it comes out of our taps. The doctor says if our rivers are deeply polluted, if the integrated Vaal River system is deeply polluted, Rand water abstracts, they need to treat at a higher cost, they need to sell at a higher price, and the consumers within the economic climate find themselves in a situation where they need to purchase also at a higher. How do we respond to this thing from a research and innovation point of view?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think my first response is kuningi. It's a lot. But Chair, let's start. There's a few things we need to also get ourselves right around. When we start saying raw water, this water, we are missing the picture. It's all water. It just contains different types of positive or negative materials that must be attended to. If you treat it like that, then there's value in everything, right? So we firstly have to understand within the cycle, what is our balance? Which means what do we have falling down in the groundwater, coming out of the mines, and who's utilizing? And in that utilization, what are the products coming out of? And where's value in that? And I'm talking about things where the research has been done. We've piloted certain technologies. And then we said, what are the final products, right? We have looked at research at the Water Research Commission around sewage. You know, the value that's in sewage is remarkable. And we can turn that dried material into biochar. We can irrigate with that water. We can recycle that water. And yesterday we had a technology expert here saying that they are not interested, they don't mind managing wastewater treatment works because the value is in that effluent. And in that effluent, they will be able to resell that, and that's where the money is. So it's about understanding the full value chain. And once we do that, I think that then we will still have enough water going into the system. We have to acknowledge that we have downplayed the value of groundwater. Groundwater in some areas, such as the Northern Cape and the old Bantustans, is actually the main source of water vis-a-vis the surface water. Yet when we speak about water, we want to speak about what we see and how we develop that. Now, the worst part of it is that, for example, at local government, who would be the users? That's their resource. There's only 2 municipalities that have got professional geohydrologists employed. So the development of that groundwater and ensuring that you reticulate it for use within your system, that's something that needs to be looked at. So we cannot expect that somebody from outside, a consultant all the time, is going to manage that for you. We need to ensure that those skills are there. But Chair, also when you're talking about the resource and you're talking about the rivers, I think there is a big part that now, when we bring in the climate change effect, it's around our floodlines. We had delineated our floodlines looking at a 1 in 100-year flood. All around the country, we've had 1 in 100-year, 1 in 200-year floodline every other year. And yet, we are still not applying quick turnaround on GIS, on delineating our floodlines, on identifying risky areas. And this is where now we're coming into the issue around informal settlements, where people mushroom around areas where there's water, But those are the riskiest areas, and we see that with the disasters, right? But we say the Constitution says of us, we have to service them. But I think it's also a crime to service people in an area where you know that if it rains that hard over a certain period of time, they're going to perish. We need to be having our law enforcement, security, all that in place at local government level, leading to the district, leading to national. If we can get that, we are now securing the entire resource. Let me give you some of the technologies that we also have at the Water Research Commission. We are looking at water use efficiencies, be it sanitation toilets, be it package treatment plants that are very much important. But we also have got young businesses, small businesses that have looked at a real-time monitoring, whether it be from a quality perspective or a quantity perspective. We go with the Water Research Commission with these guys, we will knock on municipalities and say, can we pilot this? Can we pilot this? And they say, who are you? So, you know, that's where it starts. We have got another young gentleman that has developed a system that's at least been piloted at Randwater, which you put in the underground infrastructure. And it is very sensitive to different types of movement, and you would be able to detect, but you still need to have a quick turnaround. So those are the simple, basic things that we have to have in place, and understanding where our assets are. The use of GIS, the use of artificial intelligence, the use of data information, it's what we need to be able to understand where is our infrastructure, that is our asset, what is happening to it. But also we have said water reuse and reclamation is no longer an option, it's no longer a science, it's a must. In areas where you do not have enough water and you have to decide between flushing potable water down the toilet and drinking water and you don't have enough, the options that you must look at are reuse, reclamation, recycling, and those technologies are there, and we are open to engaging and saying, how do we do that? But I think the DM also highlighted, then comes the big monster in the room, procurement. There is nowhere where innovation and technology, particularly of those technologies developed in the country, is supported by procurement. So you always have to have 3 codes. For somebody's idea that's new, that's just come out, how are we going to get there? So we always are going to have international community taking these from us, enhancing them, and bringing them back and selling them. At that point, they will be part of the 3 codes. Thank you very much.
Sure. Hey. I wanted to check who's clapping, but they are quite far. But I'm sure it's those ones that are in your field. Because they are tired of our innovations being stolen and coming back. You mentioned another issue. We often speak, myself and DM Mahlobo, about those opportunities that exist, particularly from a sludge management point of view. Is that something also that the WRC has looked at? I mean, we speak about it all the time, because that becomes a very big issue. I mean, you look at municipalities that are rural, there in Tatemulapi's province, in Tswaing local municipality, where they're still using honeysuckers. But where do they discharge that? And is there a business opportunity that exists in such a model? Yes.
Very many opportunities lie in there. All right? Sludge can be dried, and it can be compacted and made into biochar. Biochar is what you'll use for charcoal and other things. It can be utilized in the production of fertilizers, because that is organic waste, right? Provided it's treated properly. We also have had situations where it can be utilized to create methane, and methane can be utilized within the wastewater treatment works to create energy, and that energy will recycle itself within the system. But remember now, we have got another challenge. The bottles we are drinking here, these ones, plastic. When we are going into a river, you find them, they all go into the wastewater treatment works. When you get there, your biosolids becomes such a big problem. So waste management, especially at local government, is also very critical, so that you can also look at that opportunity that lies. But in the main, it's the effluent itself. Yeah. That is water that a farmer can take at offtake at a lower cost, and be able to treat to the fit for purpose, and then be able to utilize also in their farms. Sure. So those are the areas we really should be focusing on.
Thank you very much. Brasipo, Grootman, Percy. I'm thinking about the short one from Randwater, that one there. That's what I'm thinking about, it's playing in my head. You are running acid mine drainage plants on behalf of the Department of Water and Sanitation. The water that you are also treating or attempting to treat, your sulfates that you bring back into our, into our water resources become too much. We try to flush with that water, of course, to try and make sure that the sewage, we are able to dilute it. You are responsible for billions of rands worth of projects on behalf of the Department of Water and Sanitation. You know the saying that we are getting blue water from Lesotho, and then it comes in contact with gray water. What do we need to do from the point of view of TCTA in addressing those particular issues, particularly because some of the pollution that happens, can affect our neighboring countries such as Namibia in terms of the Orange River. We need to build relations. How do we begin to address those particular issues?
Thank you, Program Director. I think partly I've been covered by Dr. J here in terms of looking at pollution. Unfortunately, the area that we're looking at in terms of acid mine drainage on behalf of the department, it's a difficult one because one always says the water sector or water users are put in a position where now they have to pay for sins of other sectors, specifically mining. If you think about it, and I know that probably this has been taken at the highest level in terms of decision makers to say, we had weak environmental legislation. And that has led to, in the early days, a lot of mining taking place, especially around Johannesburg, as we understand the history of the city. Now, what that did as well is it's created all these tailings that we have. Everybody thinks actually we have mountains here, but in fact, these are mine tailings. But at the time, I don't think there was foresight from the country in terms of what's going to happen to these, and when they create acid mine drainage, who must now be chased to say, you now need to rehabilitate the environment in terms of the activities. What is good now is the appropriate legislation is in place, but those mining tailings are still there, and we still even have open pits. Where it rains, like dear Mahlobo was saying, now we're having free stock coming. Yeah. But the thing is, part of it ends up in those mining voids. And what that does is it now increases the so-called ECLs, which is the critical levels now of what comes out of it. And what we are doing is pumping cleaning to a particular level, and as you are saying now, pushing it back into the system. If you look at the costs associated with when we have to do it, because if you don't do that, you are actually polluting the water course. So it's something that's necessary, but the decision now is, can't you now clean it to the right level in terms of saying it needs to get to a point of view where you can say, this is fit for consumption, or however it can be utilized. But the costs have been quite heavy, and that's an energy-intensive process, because if you think about it, it's like talking about desalination. The processes are quite similar. There's only very small or minute differences between what we do with acid mine drainage as opposed to the issues that was discussed that relates to desalination, because the processes are almost similar. So, but the history is still sitting in there, because as long as we don't deal with the tailings, we'll always have this problem. We need to close those open pits, but the issue becomes, is it a mining issue or is it a water issue? Correct. It's forced to be a water issue on the basis that at the time we didn't have the right legislation. So as we look at protection of the available stock, if I talk of water, it's very important to look at that as a source. As you are saying, now we are busy, we feel like we're in the Department of brick and mortar, because we are building all this new infrastructure, but we can't as a country talk about building dams if there's not enough water. We understand the issue of climate change and the fact that we don't have a lot of water in the country, so we have to protect it. But over and above that, we now need to look at that mix in terms of water sources, and part of that is how do we utilize that aspect. Because for now, yes, we're going and saying, no, let's build more dams. But if there's not a lot of natural flow in terms of what you get the water, you have to look at it differently. Yeah. And I think in the past 2 days, there's a lot of very good and brilliant issues or proposed solutions that came out of it. The issue is how do you assign it properly to the different authorities? And by authorities, I mean subject matter authorities, and ensuring that each one of them does what they have to do, looking at prevention of this kind of pollution. And I think we will be on the right path to deal with this particular matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Papesi. I see Annette is there. Somebody get a mic to Mrs. Annette Muir. She's right there. I wanted to just address something quickly, which I'll put to the panel very quickly. Osbitubel, data is very important. And I wonder whether, we've got a chief directorate in the department that deals specifically with monitoring and assessing our water quality. I don't know whether you fundamentally think that we've got any challenges as it relates to the implementation of monitoring systems and whether there needs to be any improvement. And I'll tell you why. When we set up the Vaal River Anti-Pollution Forum, one of the things that I had said, and Professor Anya du Plessis was there, was that we have to be strategic as a department in order to deploy our resources to key economic hubs where we can make the most impact whilst we are growing the economy and creating jobs. How significant is data in making sure that we're able to communicate accordingly in the context of the quality of our raw water?
All right, thank you, DM. Before I answer, I just want to say that I'm also on the stage representing the young water professionals. So whoop whoop, thank you for involving us. At the end of the day, we are the ones that are going to inherit the consequences of the decisions that are taking place today.
I think let's allow Minister to listen. Minister loves these things. Minister, we have got a young water professional on stage. The future is bright, as you can see. So we need not worry because we're in safe hands. That's what you are saying.
Definitely in safe hands. As long as you bring us along and grow with us, we need to make sure we are closing the skill gaps. You know, it's very important that we are included, and I think the water sector is doing very well in terms of including young water professionals in growing with the sector, so that's amazing. And then my favorite topic, data. So as you mentioned, I have a background in chemical engineering, so I've worked with water in terms of operational water, and I moved to the data space, which is more strategic. And the biggest thing, and I think it's said a lot, you cannot measure or manage what you can't see. So if you do not have data, you are not in control of anything. So data is very, very important, and it's also the key thing that is missing, I think, in terms of planning in South Africa. Our planning needs to be very strategic. The difference is that our lifespan is 60 years, and a political life is usually 5 to 10 years at most. So the plans that, no offense.
Yes,
like
we are going.
No, we need to, start thinking beyond the political life, not look beyond instant gratification. It was mentioned yesterday that the issue with water is, it's a long form. It's not something that is going to be solved in 5 years. Everything that we need to instate today needs to last us for the next 60 years. And data is key in that. Monitoring is key. I know you mentioned pollution, so I just want to make an example of the policies that we need to live with today. So we have the polluter pays policy, right? That policy is it's a good policy, but it's a very reactive policy because we are saying you are allowed to pollute as long as you pay to reinstate by people with stronger currencies. So paying to pollute is just a cost of business to them, if you look at the data. It's just an OPEX cost. So we are not encouraging them to be proactive. We are not encouraging a change in behavior. What we are doing is not sustainable. If you look at the data, it's showing that as long as you are able to pay, you can pollute, which is something that is not sustainable, and the data shows that a lot. And in terms, you mentioned about river monitoring and water quality monitoring. So there is power in using data to show the value of water, right? So a lot of people do not understand the value of water, but once you have the data to show it, it's very easy for you to motivate for people to get moving, to motivate for even investment in water structures. If you look at municipalities that are struggling with maybe industries sending non-compliant water to them, if they are not monitoring those areas, it's very easy for industries to get away with that, and the blame goes on to the municipalities, and we keep saying municipalities are releasing non-compliant water, but most of their struggle is with industries that are not complying to the discharge licenses, industries that are operating with failed discharge licenses, but the municipalities most of the time don't have the data to back that up because those areas are not well monitored. When they find the pollution, it's most of the time at the end of the cycle. They are not able to identify pollution at source because those areas are not well monitored. So having proper monitoring and using your data properly will solve, I believe, 30% of our water crisis. It's a very big part of it and a very important part of it, yeah.
No, DDG Muchotli is here. We have a lot of work to do from a water resource management point of view, particularly given those particular inputs. Mr. Governor, we've spoken, you would have heard throughout the entire two days, we've spoken about partnerships. Dr. Jay speaks about, taking up some of the ideas in and around making sure that we're able to turn around certain things around at a local level. And shame, man, municipalities have taken a beating. But unfortunately, Minister, when you consider the issue of water and sanitation, everything almost sort of like starts and ends, there with the, with local government. But we have to be able to talk about how do we, from a water resource point of view, when we want to secure the resource, how do we create partnerships that are sustainable, that are strategic enough for us to be able to allow municipalities to also tap into those particular partnerships?
Thanks, Program Director, for the question. I think it's, in the 2 days discussion, I think there was not much said about the Strategic Water Partners Network. And this, we've been created since 2011. And I think it's just a seed that we planted to get to this stage where we think, I think the floodgates are opening, where you said about opportunities. So if you talk about research, technology development, or testing, for that matter, how do you utilize these technologies? How do you get the private sector involved, right? Is there a platform where the private sector can partner with some of the industry players and the municipalities to be able to get these technologies implemented in a very efficient and affordable manner? So that's one element. If you look at the big water users that have formed part of the Strategic Water Partners Network, they have obviously a business risk, not only water quality you mentioned, but water availability, but also infrastructure-related risks. So they have a vested interest in making sure that the business continues, right? So Coca-Cola that's sitting here, they have a problem with water quality, right? So they'll be looking at how much are they spending in terms of treating water, right? And what is their impact in terms of the cost of the product they're producing. Similarly with an ESCOM, when they're producing electricity, or a SASL on the chemical side, we're all impacted by the water quality. So we have a vested interest to make sure, do we all treat it at our various plants, or do we look at partnering with who the polluters are, right? If they cannot fix the problem, what else can we do as a collective? Yeah. So this is where the partnership does come in, and this is the SWPN is actually quite, we've, like I said, 11 years, more than 11 years in the space. We focused on issues around how do we partner with the Water Partnership Office, looking at the wastewater treatment facilities, right? How does perhaps a PPP model, right, that could be ring fenced, looking at that as a possible solution. We're also looking on the non-revenue water side, which is actually, for us, is a kind of a no-brainer in terms of the return on investment on that. Right, and we also have a couple of partnerships where we've signed already, looking at opportunity to roll out the non-revenue water funds and partner with the municipalities. So yeah, so the other issue I just want to mention around skills that we've been talking about. So are there opportunities for the private sector to come in, capacitate, build skills in the municipalities? So that's a platform we haven't really focused as a strategy, but we've got young professionals here. How do we work together with the municipalities, as one example, to be able to capacitate, build that? Because the private sector, they come in with specific skill sets, they come in with efficiencies, they come in with, funding and financing. So I think SWPN can play that facilitating, brokering type of role to bring all the relevant partners together And I think this is where innovation and creativity comes in. Because you may come up with a very innovative model that brings everything that we said here together towards a common solution.
No, thank you so much. Annette, Ms. Matsidiso mentions critical points that I think we've spoken about, but we've not really gotten to a point where we're able to address. Minister has tasked us with setting up a national polluter registry. That's the first thing. Ms. Matsidiso argues that the polluter pay principle allows for big business or industries that are owned by foreign nationals or foreign internationals to just simply use their economic muscle or their currency muscle to just pay and continue to pollute. She mentions that. There's an issue of policy that was mentioned that we talk about in terms of the amendment to the National Water Act and what we want to achieve. If you can just quickly, just on behalf of the department, just respond to those three issues. One, what are we doing from a policy point of view to make sure that we are able to hold people personally liable? Two, the nature and extent of the polluter pay principle, the setting up of the National Polluter Registry, which is fundamentally dependent on data so that we can be able to really act at the source and not once pollution has happened. My job is to make your life difficult. That's what it is.
You're very successful. Thanks to him. Good afternoon, everybody. Annette Meyer, Department Water and Sanitation. In September of 2023, we amended or proposed amendments to the National Water Act and the Water Services Act to strengthen the regulation of powers that the department has. Included in terms of penalties and offences is personal liability of municipal managers as well as company directors. That means that it's no longer that you'll be able to hide behind the corporate veil to be held accountable. If you can show, if we can show neglect or intent, you can be also in your personal capacity held accountable, and you may face penalties or it could be resulting in jail time. We are also increasing the amount of money that our penalties are going to be up to 10 million rand fines. This is in alignment with the National Environmental Management Act. When we talk about the polluters pay principle, it comes into the waste discharge charge system with the mitigation charge, and it also comes into our administrative penalties and our criminal offences. You will only pay those criminal offences currently if you are convicted in a criminal court. Together with the Department of Environmental Affairs, we are busy with the amendment of the National Environmental Management Act as well to bring in administrative penalties, which makes it quicker to get a penalty imposed without necessarily going through the Criminal Procedure Act. We will then have a differentiation between crimes or offences that can be dealt with administratively and through those penalties, and then where we would like to proceed to criminal court for prosecution. And I think linking to this amendment is also the capacity within the department and its environmental management inspectors. We are designated and trained to be peace officers so that we can assist the SAPS as well in conducting the criminal investigation. So we carry our own dockets. So I think from the department's perspective, that is what we're doing in terms of strengthening our action against transgressors, not just the polluters. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Annette. The reality of the matter, colleagues, is that the rivers that we previously used to swim at, we can't anymore. The rivers where we could catch fish and dams where we could catch fish, we can't anymore. We know that in Harties, in the Val Barrage, we've got a crisis of water hyacinths there. Some time ago, I think about in Feb, when I undertook oversight, a 2-day oversight in Gauteng, I met a young lady who was actually taking the hyacinths and actually, creating charcoal, if you believe it or not. They were letting it to dry and they were weaving certain things that they could sell. So there's an open market in as far as that is concerned. The high nutrient load in our rivers and dams has really created a situation where we need to be able to recognize the crisis that exists. And I fundamentally believe that because we have not been able to really say this is the beginning of the value chain, this is the end of the value chain. Pumla Mqashi does not protest because there's sewer on the street or there's sewer that is running into the dams. They protest because there's no water that is coming out of their taps. And if we are not careful as South Africans, we are going to find ourselves in a position where we do have water in the country, but it's not water that we can treat to potable standards. And I just want to get maybe your parting shot in as far as the conversation is concerned, and what you think, and whether you believe that the reforms, legislative reforms that we are introducing will be able to fast-track the manner in which we are able to address the issue of pollution, holding people accountable, particularly getting water services authorities to react timeously and employ the necessary data at a local level in order to be able to also implement their own bylaws or create their own bylaws in order to be able to deal with the issue of pollution. Let me start with you, Osby Dumel.
Thank you. So I believe what Ms. Annette Miller mentioned would assist, but we know in South Africa we have very beautiful policies on paper, but a very huge problem with implementation. I read about some of the stuff she mentioned, but I know it's very difficult to implement at the moment. We have an issue with being able to hold people accountable. We are very shy about it as a country. I'm not sure why. But we need to work on that in order for our policies are very beautiful, and if well implemented, we can solve a lot of our issues. Our biggest challenge is implementation. Like Dr. Jennifer mentioned, a lot of research has been done. A lot of answers to our problems are sitting in research institutions, in universities, but can't be implemented. So we have a very big problem with implementation. We have very nice things on paper. So that's, yeah, I think we need to work on implementation and also being a country that holds people accountable. I think that will also help in getting the youth more patriotic. It was mentioned yesterday. Yeah. If we see our elders patriotic, loving our country and fighting to protect us, it's easy to encourage us to do the same. Instead of getting youth studying to leave South Africa, we'll have more people studying to stay and make this place a better place.
Just from a young person point of view, do you think when it comes to issues like this, do you think that from a civic education point of view, whether there is enough that's being done to really inform like children at basic school level, high school, about the situation that we're facing from a water resource point of view in South Africa?
I think we are trying, but we are not there yet. I think we need to stop looking at water as a sector problem. It's a country problem. And as long as we look at it as a sector problem, we are always sitting in rooms with people from the water sector. We need to bring people from different sectors. We need people from social sciences that will help us, teach us, how to communicate better to people that are not water experts, help them understand what their contribution is to water, help them understand that everyone is responsible for water, not just the water sector. So I think we are trying, but we really need more collaboration, and we need to stop sitting as people from the water sector and make sure we have the right people in the rooms, and start also bringing in people with different qualifications, civil societies, people who are able to communicate with communities, people who are able to communicate with young people to help us create the awareness.
Thank you so much. Dr. J?
Very good sentiments from the young water professional. What's important is that we've got organizations such as WISA. We have our own EWCTA. We have got the universities ourselves, CSIR. We are generating this knowledge. You know how difficult it is to get it into the curriculum, to the point that we are now using WISA to create the courses, EWCTA to fund that, so that we push this. But one of the key things is to really go back to the curriculum if we want to shift this. The issues around data science, she's doing it at a master's level. It's only now that we're getting it at the right level. Now, the second part is uptake of research, right? It's so key. You're talking about the hyacinth in Hartis. The department of Randwater got to spray at some point, and the wealthy got to protest around that. That's a biologically tested method. That's research that's done. Do you know how we got into fault with that? It was because according to the environmental legislation, this is what, we're trying to solve a problem here. We are part of the same state. We need to be able to work together seamlessly to ensure, and I think the kind of recommendations that Annette said they're going to make, it's going to be very much important. Lastly, from my side, we have got very good research that we're doing in partnership with the department. That's around siltation. You see, when we have these dams, and no matter how big they are, if we have silt, your storage volume in those dams is not what you think it is.
Yeah.
So that is where we need to be looking. Thanks.
Professor, you know, now I love the water we're getting from Lesotho, but I still cry when it enters grey water in the integrated river system.
What you need to do is just to look at the water as it comes into South Africa at the Ash River outfall, and look at the abstraction position of rainwater. Then you'll actually understand the statement that you are making, because the clarity and purity of that water as it comes out of Lesotho into South Africa versus the pollution that it picks up along the way until now rainwater has to abstract, and the amount of purification costs that increase because now they have to have a very aggressive treatment regime. And that is costs that we cannot afford. That money we could have used differently in terms of what needs to happen.
Yeah.
But at a bigger point, because I think this is the parting shots, the 2 days, we have been talking about a lot of issues that needs to take place. Some people are approaching it with, let's projectize it. There are issues that needs to be projectized. We're talking war rooms, it's well and good, but that says it has a start and an end date. After that, it's a matter of what happens. I think what we need to take out of this is, there's a lot of good, I think, input that has been made, but it needs to be subdivided into, if we are saying the water sector or even the municipal space has issues, some of these things need to be put in terms of saying, this is something that preventative measures, I think that's what she said. If you look at the structures, let there be a function that does this on a permanent basis so that we don't have to get into a project model, because you need to be anticipating and dealing with it upfront. So some issues needs to be at a level where you say, this is something that has to be done all the time so that we don't get to where we are. At a particular point, they are the ones that you say, it's a project, I'm going to start it here and end it here. But then post that, nobody does anything about it until it becomes a problem. Yesterday, one of the things I said is, our problem with our country is we only react when it's a crisis.
Yeah.
It would have been good if we are able to do what needs to be done, because we can preempt and then prevent a lot of things from happening.
Certainly.
But most of the time, the money becomes available when it's a crisis. Yeah. If you plan in good time and do what needs to be done, the money is not there, or certain things are not done. So there's a particular mind shift that we need to put in terms of what needs to happen. And I can't say much better than she has highlighted in terms of saying, we have the best policies. The issue is implementation.
Yeah.
We have to ask the question, by whom, by when? So I think if we can get to that point, we will be we'll be able to sort out most of our issues.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mohale?
Yeah, maybe covering the first issue, which well covered by colleagues. Two-pronged approach, awareness, I think it's, in my view, is not sufficient. If you become proactive and address that, you'll be preempting lots of issues down the line. On the other side, capacity building to be able to enforce. I don't think there's sufficient capacity. But more importantly, around the challenges that we have. We have a case for partnerships. Around the room here, we have solutions within ourselves. It's a question of forming willing coalitions around specific challenges and solving those.
Yeah.
From both the public and the private side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, thanks so much. Doc, you are a person of the VAL, you are the person of the Harties. You know those systems very well.
Yes, and one of my, what I think we need to do is, you can't manage what you don't know. We need to look at our monitoring networks. I've done a couple of studies on those, and we do have major gaps. There are private companies that do collect data. Yes, those can be used, but we need to evaluate that, and we need to make sure that all the data that we use is on the same standard, all the levels have been, covered in that sense. Then in terms of research, yes, we have and research is being completed. However, what industry at this point in time is saying, and as well as municipalities, is you are focusing on such a small area, we really can't really use your research. So we need to make sure that our research institutes as well as our universities are focusing on the pertinent issues and actually enabling that those results are implemented. Then lastly, most people that I've seen in the reaction to this Indaba, there has been a lot of negative reaction, and to say that, is there really hope? I'll say it again, to get all of these people in one room really takes a lot of effort. The Department of Water and Sanitation are really making change. And we need to start supporting each other, collaborating, not trying to get in front of the other, because we're not going to get anywhere. So it sounds very happy and whatever, but Simonier, I always remember that from SABC 1 when I was small. So that is the type of thing we need at this point in time, is to stop competing with each other and just work for the common good.
Right.
If you go to Carletonville or Kutsong or all over the show, you would see that a Madala would be there. And we went with the Department of Sanitation, and we asked him, so how long have you sitting with this sewage manhole overflowing? No, 4 or 5 years. That is unacceptable. We can't let our people live in that state. So
Thank you
that's
so
my
much.
preach done.
Thank you so much, Doc. Mr. Govan?
Yeah, just from my side, I think the one conversation we haven't been having is around sanitation.
Yeah.
So it's a water and sanitation Indaba, but I don't think much has been spoken about sanitation. It's a silent issue, which is also contributing towards the diffuse pollution, especially from informal settlements. That whole debate, we need to have a separate conversation around spatial planning and housing and all of those kind of things, and have the right role players. But I just want to say, in terms of R&D and innovation, and I think this is where the private sector comes in as well in terms of their role. In our river systems, is there technology available, or what we call it passive treatment technologies or systems available to assist the river system itself to clean itself up? So what can we do to create a kind of a natural system that can clean itself up? I'm just putting the challenge out there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, thanks.
Dr. J is listening. When you put the challenge of R&D, she's the first one to take it up. Colleagues, thank you so much for your participation. It truly is much appreciated by the department, by the minister. And, it is something that we need to obviously continue to have a conversation on, because I don't think that it stops here. Mr. Leon Basson was talking about how we need to be able to work with COGTA and other departments. You've just mentioned the issue of human settlements. You've mentioned the issues of the implementation of bylaws. And I think the medium-term development framework also allows us, particularly in relation to Operation Vulindlela, and says that there will be nothing that we achieve if government departments do not collaborate in working together to be able to achieve, a better future for our children, their children, and so forth and so on. So I thank you very much for your expert knowledge. We wish all of you the best in your endeavors. The department is here, the minister is here, and I'm sure she has also taken note of some of the things that you have said, and we as a department will also be taking note of that, so that we can be able to then drive from our side and bring everybody on board. Thank you so much, and thank you very much, colleagues, for your ears. Thank you very much, dear Matrop.
Someone has left a notebook here, please. There's someone who has left a notebook. Let's just give a round of applause, especially our facilitator, DM Sitlulu, and the brain trust that this country has. This country has a brain trust, and you have the capability to rise to the occasion if you just make the choices. And appreciating that alone You can be able to go faster, but you might not reach your destination. But when you go as a flock, you have the biggest capability that you might look but slowly, but there's resilience, but then there's a possibility that we can arrive. And now we could see the independent minds at display, because we must be able to appreciate as practitioners, policymakers, and leaders that we need independent minds. And those independent minds make us to see the picture from various angles, and then we can be in a position to make the right and informed decisions, but it must be evidence-based, not how we feel. The data must guide us. We thank you. At this stage, in terms of my oros, where is Dr. Matt and the team, because we should be sitting now? Dr. Matt and the other, and please move. Where are the other panel members? Let's welcome them on stage. I'm told that we are live stream the documentation and everything that has happened here. It becomes a part of our body of knowledge. And it must be packaged and packaged it well. We are starting. Are all your people here? Please, panelists, take your seats.
You can sit in the welcome.
Lena nje igcwele amadoda ungathi uyi-one sisi yabo. Oh, there are two ladies, the rose among thorns. If it was the minister, she was going to say the flowers of the revolution. The flowers of the revolution. But these are the flowers of human advancement. Sizama innovate yabo. Dr. Matt, we have the floor. I'm chasing you out at 13:26.
Okay. Thank you, DM. I'm also chasing you out of stage. For the first time, I'm able to chase someone. I hope I won't be chased after this one, Minister. Let me get closer. Thank you so much. My name is Resumate Mate from the department, and I'm going to be handling this portion of the conversation. I have a panel of experts. And normally, when you're an expert, you are faced with a risk because everything you say is taken very serious. So whatever you say is taken very serious. I just want to take an opportunity and introduce the panelists. I won't read your biography in details. There are familiar faces here. We have Saul Masker. You can just wave to. Most of you have heard of Operation Vulindlela at the presidency. So he's quite central to that space, and is going to share with us a lot of knowledge around the subject matter. So he basically operationalizes what the president says. So much of what he says comes to pass. Here is a latecomer. I thought you deserted me.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So Saul is going to share with us much of the Operation Vulindlela, and then we'll get to know much about that. Next to me, it's Tate Munyokolo from Ausisa. There was a time where we thought Ausisa is more like a union, Honorable Minister. But there seems to be turning the tide. He's here, is a non-executive member and a chairperson of Rand Water Board, one of the best water utilities in the country and in Africa. And we have Prof. Craig, if you can just wave, Prof. from Wits University, one of the leading scholars of our generation. He's a founder and researcher in the space. He's a chemical engineer by profession. He's a professional engineer registered, so we're talking real business here. And he's going to share with us some of the experiences in the research space and what is involved in, and how that can be used to basically ensure that we've got water security, especially in the sanitation services in the country. And then we have Danisi Lendlovu. You can see she's already holding the mic, ready to pounce, representing the young professionals as well. So you can see the voices for the young people is well represented. She's a professional engagement officer. She deals much with stakeholder management, and she is currently at Randwater. She's the vice president, by the way, of the Randwater Young Professional Forum. So an incoming president, maybe, we can just cross our fingers, but the youth are represented. And then we have Mr. Lungile Dlamini. Mr. Lungile Dlamini is actually my former MD, so I have to be careful whatever I ask him. He used to be my MD at Joburg Water before the current MD. I think he's shocked now. Maybe I've grown a bit of beards but he used to be my MD. He's been in the sector for years. Former MD of Joburg Water, of Pick It Up, is currently with DCOC, dealing with much of the result management office and infrastructure stream. So we're going to learn more about how that system works and how can actually local government, to be precise, benefit from such system, and also sharing your personal experience in the sector since you have been around for a while. So that's basically the advantage of that. Now, we will not have done justice if we don't have National Treasury. And I saved the best for last. I'm introducing Ulrike last from National Treasury. She's been with National Treasury for over 19 years. And she spent much of her time in the public finance division. She's currently responsible for about 6 national departments and 54 public entities. And she basically worked much on the user changes, the pricing and economic strategy, and regulation within the transport framework. So she's going to share with us much of the experience and what most of the entities here, most of the private sector, want to know. What are the things that National Treasury is doing? So with that introduction, colleagues, I think we can give our panelists a hand of welcome before I go to the questions. I want to start with Tate Mnyokolo, not because you are next to me, but because maybe you came last on stage. I think what I want to find out, maybe the panel, is you would have heard from the speech of the president, elevating the issue that it cannot be business as usual. And Minister hammered on the same point. She moved much on the personal passion for water, saying we need to set aside concrete actions that we must do. And I'm raising this question because if you look at the water sector, we've been embedded much with the issues of debt. The security for the water entities seems to be in trouble. And with your experience and how you are trying to sustain yourselves as part of the Schedule 3B entities, what do you think is your plea to all of us here that are in this auditorium, specifically the municipalities, and what do you think we should take home as key, one of the recommendations that we must consider?
My apologies for coming late. I was held up outside. I apologize to the minister first and then to you and the audience. I think it's important that when municipalities have challenges, that they collaborate with the water boards so that we find solutions. Because some of the solutions may be related to their failure to sustain or maintain their infrastructure. And water boards can come in handy in terms from the point of view of their expertise in dealing with such issues. Instead of keeping quiet and then we end up in court, we hold the accounts and so on and so forth. So collaboration is very important. But from our point of view, collaboration will also mean that we don't want to play as water boards a big brother or big sister approach. We say to municipalities, let's partner and agree on a viable implementation model, that delivery model that will benefit the municipalities, will benefit the water boards, but most importantly, that will benefit the communities. Because in the final analysis, as entities of state, we have a responsibility to provide efficient, quality service to our citizens. So that's what we need to do. So we are extending a hand, Honorable Minister, and MECs that are here, and mayors and colleagues, to municipalities to say, let us work together so that we are able to deliver. Because if there's a challenge, the blame will all be to the minister. The blame will be to the board. The blame will be to the municipalities. But if we work together, we'll be able to provide those services to communities. So let's engage. We have engaged Mfuleni municipality as a rainwater, for instance, where they lose about 75% of water. They're still struggling. We have over time agreed on a special purpose vehicle that is currently sitting at the National Treasury for final or concurrence with our minister, who has also approved it. And we thank the minister for having approved that model. And we are saying that this delivery model will also enable the private sector to come in, because what all the private sector wants is return on investment. And this will be an enabler and creating an enabling environment for private sector to come in and invest in the water sector, guaranteed that there will be return on investment. And it will also assist us to ring-fence the operations of water and sanitation so that that money, the revenue is reinvested into the sector. So this model on its own, though is not a panacea, as the minister has said, but would assist us to move forward. So takeaway for me will be that we need to look at, and we have a proposal on the table, that let's move in with the SPV model that already is in the process of being concurred with, I hope, by National Treasury, and we move forward with it. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you. I want us to pass the mic to Mr. Lungile Dlamini. If you can, if you have a mic, yes. My question for you is linked to what Tatem Nyogwela has just indicated now. You have been in the sector for years. You've been in City of Cape Town, and you've been with City of Joburg, especially in the water side, as well as on the pick it up side. I think you have seen the evolvement of how the water security issues have been a challenge. And then I think when you sit there and you watch the news and you look at what government is trying to do now, thank God you're back now with the COC. What do you think are some of the key areas of focus that metros must focus on? There's issues of non-revenue water, very high losses, issues of water security, and you could have heard from the previous panel that on the issue of water resources, we stand a risk if we don't mitigate against some of those. I want to pick on some of the strategies that we used to deploy at Joburg Water or the city of Cape Town that might not be being implemented at the moment, which you think needs to be re-elevated.
Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you, Program Director. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I think I will have to maybe respond to your question in terms of the evolution of, if you like, service delivery in South Africa. I mean, what we did post-1994 as the built environment practitioner together with government, and of course, a new set of, if you like, regulations and acts, was to extend service coverage to previously unserved areas. While that was noble, I think where we dropped the ball, myself included, as a practitioner in this sector, and specific to water and sanitation, is that while we were connecting, townships, urban areas that previously were not connected to the grid, not electricity per se, but water and sanitation grid, we did not provide the concomitant, if you like, bulk infrastructure, right? And as a result now, the system is overloaded, whichever way you want to have a look at it. And we also like to talk about, or often we use loosely, the definition that, aging infrastructure, any asset, whichever way you want to look at it, you can look at your car. There's wear and tear. It is consumed, and there's nothing you can do about it. Hence, not embracing, and there are a lot of, best practices that have been documented by SALGA, and I lament that by National Treasury on infrastructure asset management. And we haven't embraced them in how we look at the infrastructure. Now, what is happening now is that the infrastructure, we're trying to negotiate with the infrastructure because we haven't catered for growth in demand. Because when you look at your investment in as far as infrastructure is concerned, it's not just about repairs and maintenance, which is, if you like, short-term on a day-to-day basis. But you also need to have, a planning horizon. I mean, if you look at, you look at New Zealand, you look at Singapore, I mean, they are the best in the world in terms of infrastructure asset management. And then you look at their planning horizons, it's 20 years. We have a 20-year horizon. But it's not just a plan. There's also control. I mean, as MD, one of the things that I've lamented and I've appreciated it where we were afforded it as with the team, is that professionals need to be given space to do what they're good at. It may not come across as if you like, a popular thing to say. And then I also have to speak as Lungile, because before I'm MD of Joburg Water, you name it, whatnot, but I'm also a South African. I think over the years, one of the values that is no longer there and it needs to somehow to be instilled is pride. The work ethic is I tell you, it's very, very sad. You actually look at, what I would say, governance and leadership. And the examples are so many. Organizations, the leadership at the top has to set the tone. Whether you want to debate it or not, but it is a fact. If you ask me, I've been asked now about Joburg Water to say, yeah, don't you think that you have contributed to the dilapidation of Joburg Water? And I'm going to pause shortly, but I simply respond by saying, I don't want to be defensive, but please look at what I did in Cape Town before my tenure. I often say the before and the after. Same in Joburg Water. I've always worked on this principle that you got to leave better than what you found. Now, quickly, if you look at, and one of the things that was said earlier on was we shouldn't just sponsor or donate insights, based on our experiences, is that what is it that we can do? Now, with COCTA, they have established a results management office, and it's working very closely with DCOC or ELGOS, as well as MISA, just to strengthen, if you like, the support. and on-the-ground initiatives. At a personal level, I am tired of generating reports, man, and we talk about, annual performance plans, integrated development plans, service delivery, budget implementation plans. Our generation, we used to do work and then write a report. But what you find now is that we spend so much time, planning. We are in a planning paralysis, and we don't go out there and do things, right? And we're going to be working with 2 metros. And we're going to start now to plan with them on their water conservation and water demand management plans. We're going to be setting out baselines, and so that next year, when we, at the same time, when we come back to this Indaba, hopefully to be my other colleagues, is that we will be reporting on what we have achieved. I cannot, I have to follow protocols. My political principals will be announcing on that soon, as well as my DG's office, as to which of those metros are. But we will actually want to use the metros, like we're going to reduce the bulk purchases, as well as look at the water, use efficiencies in terms of LCD. I don't want to get excited about this, but this thing of benchmarking South Africa's liters per capita per day of 173 against the international standard, I think it's a fallacy of composition. We cannot afford that. It has to be a lot more stringent. So I'm going to pause at this point so that, I can, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to get Sol in here, and I'm building up the momentum. You heard from the first 2 speakers in the panel, Sol. And yesterday when the president spoke, he did not miss his words on elevating version 2 or part 2 or phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela. There are a lot of people out there who still don't understand what this Operation Vulindlela is about. And I think there's a lot of messaging that still needs to go out on Operation Vulindlela. It seeks to solve the things that Tubabulungile just raised now and what Tatam Nyokolo raised. In your assessment for phase 1 of Operation Vulindlela, in terms of the water sector, the impact, and what you now projecting for phase 2, and how it will affect all of us as a sector, what is your assessment and what message will you give us as the nation?
So, there we go. So Operation Vulindlela, I think, to put it very simply, is about getting things done. And it's about finding solutions to some of the most complex problems and the real binding constraints on growth in South Africa. And just to give a little bit of background, so Vulindlela was announced by the president in 2020 in the wake of the COVID pandemic as an initiative between the presidency and National Treasury to accelerate the implementation of structural reform, recognizing that if we want to achieve more rapid economic growth and to create jobs, we have to remove the binding constraints on growth, which have existed in South Africa for more than a decade. And right from the beginning, we recognized that water had to be one of those priorities. So in its first phase, Vulindlela focused on energy, logistics, water, telecommunications, and the visa system. And water is both a constitutional right and it's a necessity of life, as well as a necessity for the economy, for investment, for production, and for confidence. You need a reliable quality supply of water for the economy to grow. And that's why it fell under the economic reform program from the start. And in that first phase, which ran during the 6th administration, we made a lot of progress. We turned around the water use license system, and the president spoke about that yesterday, bringing the majority of applications down to within 90 days. We passed the NWRIA Act to establish a dedicated agency to improve the management of water resources. We reinstated the water quality monitoring system, the blue and green and no-drop reports, which has really helped, I think, to create transparency again and accountability for municipal water services. We revised and updated the raw water pricing strategy. We established the Water Partnerships Office in DBSA. When I say we, I mean the Department of Water and Sanitation really leading on this whole reform agenda with support from Vulindlela. So I think there's good progress. All of those reforms have in a way laid the foundations for change in the water system. And yet, if you listen to the DG's presentation yesterday and a lot of the discussion today and in the commissions, we still have a really severe crisis in water service delivery in South Africa. And the fact that close to 3/4 of water service authorities, we now know from the latest green and blue drop reports, are scoring critical or poor for their water systems and their wastewater systems. That is a crisis. And I think what Operation Vulindlela is trying to do is to address the underlying structural causes, the systemic causes of that underperformance. Because if you try to just address the problem on a case-by-case basis, in one particular municipality at a time, it's like playing whack-a-mole. If you don't address the structural causes, we won't see improvements in the system as a whole. And so going into this next phase, which was approved by Cabinet on Wednesday, and you would have seen the announcement yesterday, there are a number of things that we'll be focusing on in Vulindlela. The first is to develop and implement a national water action plan overseen by a coordination structure to ensure a whole of government, whole of society approach, very similar to what we've done through the National Energy Crisis Committee in the energy sector, the Logistics Crisis Committee in the logistics system. And a lot of the deliberations that have happened here at this Indaba and what we'll hear this afternoon is going to feed into that water action plan that DWS will lead on. Secondly, we want to follow through on institutional reforms to improve water resource management. So to establish the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, now that we have the Act in place, to complete the establishment of wall-to-wall catchment management agencies, really to restructure and to improve the management of bulk water resources, and to crowd in private capital and finance to that infrastructure. The third is to support the introduction of private sector participation. We've also heard a lot about that in these discussions, the Water Partnerships Office and other mechanisms, realizing that we need to crowd private sector capital into, in particular, municipalities to plug the gap in investment. And lastly, to strengthen regulation and oversight of municipal water service delivery through the Water Services Amendment Bill, creating a distinction between water service authorities and water service providers, enabling proper regulation, establishing an independent water regulator, which we heard about yesterday, to ensure that we address problems in terms of pricing and tariffs, rationalization of tariffing at local government level, and oversight of standards, and implementing the utility model, starting with metros through the Trading Services Reform Program, and I'm sure Ulrika will speak more about that. But ensuring professional management, both institutionally and financially, of the water service portfolio in metros. And just to end off by saying, when we talk about the underlying causes, the root causes of all of the challenges that we're seeing in the water sector, I think that we can really boil it down to three. The first, as others on this panel have said, is inadequate investment in infrastructure. The fact that for at least the last decade, and in fact more, capital investment has been declining in real terms, even while populations have grown and the economy has grown. And that's created this vicious cycle. You don't invest in infrastructure, the service quality deteriorates, revenues drop, and investment declines even further. We have to arrest that cycle. The second is a lack of skills and professional management of water service delivery, particularly in municipalities. And that's related to appointments of senior officials and the management of these functions and their insulation from interference. And what we've just heard about allowing professionals and the engineers to get on with it, to do the planning, to do proper asset management on a long-term basis. And I think the last, which we haven't spoken about as much, is economies of scale. The fact that many municipalities actually don't have a sufficient revenue base to sustain their service, a viable service operationally and financially. And we need to look at how we can harness larger economies of scale at a regional level to improve the viability of these services. So that's our diagnosis, and the reforms that we've set out in Vulindlela Phase 2 are aimed at addressing those challenges. And if we can do that over the next 5 years, I think we will have made a very significant difference, and we'll have the water sector, the system, will look completely different to what it does today.
Thank you, Saul. That is quite commendable. I think there's always been questions. What is it that government is doing? And I think part of what has been asked yesterday, even today, there's an expectation for government to do something, and also for the president to make some of the key pronouncements. And I think you have actually laid the matter bare. I want to come to Ulrich now, because I think the base is now clear. One of the issues that came out in our discussions, and I think most of the groups might have said the same, is that they feel two things. One, the current grant reform is not supporting municipalities to their expectations. It's out for debate. I know you are a straight talker, and I expect you to be as honest as possible. That's portion one. So you're going to get 2 parts for being a national treasurer at once. The second part is the private sector, and I think this talks to what Saul has just mentioned now, that when Operation Vulindlela comes in, the other purpose is to open up the space for the private sector to start entering the space. There have been quite a lot of issues, specifically with the private sector involvement. And the issues are the regulations on private sector involvement in investing in water. There are so many restricting conditions. And I know National Treasury just published Regulation 16. There are a lot of issues around there. But I think for a person coming from the private sector who says, we have the technology, we want to enter the space, we're finding it too difficult. Municipalities are saying, we want to accept these technologies, but there's nothing that we can do. The triple P system is not. I want you to address these 2 parts. Well, part on the grant reforms, what do you think can be done, or what is it that National Treasury is looking at in the future? And currently, the triple P, how is that being handled to address some of the issues as linked to Operation Vulindlela? That's a question and a half.
Okay. So, on your first question, it's always difficult to talk about this because we all know there's a lot of money in the system. And the focus has always been on how do we take or balance the trade-off between the objective to expand access, which helps us meet all of our equity objectives. And the assumption has always been made that we can do that, or we're doing that in the most efficient way. So now that we are doing a lot better on expanding access, and if you listen to the discourse in the budget, it's all about, are we spending the money effectively? And what do we have to do within the system to get better value for money out of these large transfers that are being made? And there's a couple of ways to deal with all of this. We're thinking about this at least from a broader grant reform point of view, which is a key pillar within the broader infrastructure financing reform program around performance-based conditional grants and how we do that. So the trading services that we're looking at, that's part of OV Phase 2, helps us think about what is it that we have to do and what kind of conditionalities that we have to put into place to make all of this work. And linked to that would probably be how you think about increasing private sector participation. So in the metro trading services, I mean, this budget proposes, so the budget that is currently in Parliament, proposes the introduction of a new conditional grant, a performance-based conditional grant called the Urban Development Financing Grant for metropolitan municipalities. We're starting there because we understand that we might not have the capacity to do this across the board, so we'll start there and it will expand over time. For metropolitan municipalities to make the necessary institutional and financial management changes. So to Lungile's point, the institutional changes here is that's conditional, that municipalities must create a single point of management accountability. This is taking the commercial aspects of water provision and the technical aspects of water provision and combining it. That would give the managers the control from a budgeting and a financing point of view too. And the logic around all of that would be that you're able to get these program managers to run efficient operations, generate the operating surpluses that creates a funding pool or reserve that would allow for increased investment in the service. So taking that vicious cycle that Saul was just talking about and converting it into a virtuous cycle. And we're doing that through a performance-based grant. When the Minister of Finance made the budget speech on the 12th, he said six of the 8 metropolitan municipalities will qualify in the first phase. That's because they didn't meet the conditions to participate. So the 2 municipalities who aren't involved didn't meet the 2 conditions to participate. So we are serious about performance and in the management of our grants. So we want to deal with these enforcement issues. So we have a lot of requirements that we put into the conditions in the grant framework, and then nobody enforces it. So on the one hand, what you want to do is you want to think about how do you support municipalities to meet those requirements and the technical capacity to do all of that. But I suppose the weakness in the system, and that everybody always talks about within our broader infrastructure financing program, is that you can't really see the value for money, and you can't see the 60 billion rand that we spend when you drive down the street. And that then says that maybe one of the things that what we can do within the grant system is how do we think about moving beyond compliance? So to the point that Lungile was making about all of these kind of regulatory hurdles and plans and all sorts of things like that. The point is that we kind of reporting and we're planning for compliance. We're not reporting and planning for effectiveness. And you could probably use, I mean, we are in the middle of, I mean, at least we finished the first phase of a conditional grant review, and we're now moving into more specific infrastructure conditional grants and reviewing all of that to see how we are able to kind of deal with the effectiveness components that not only sits within the kind of water space, but that sits across the entire grant system. On the PPPs, we have, I mean, yes, we issued new regulations. I mean, the intention of the new regulations is to do 2 things. The first is that we want to increase the pool of PPPs that comes into the system. So we at least, and Treasury regulation applies to national and provincial departments only. The PPP regulations, so we are revising the PPP regulations for municipalities. That will be out in June. That was the promise that we made to the President. For municipalities, and we want to do 2 things, and I think there's 2 important things that everybody needs to be aware of. One, like I said, we want to increase the pool, so how do we make it easier to do PPPs and the regulatory framework around all of that? The second one that is in Treasury Regulation 16 is about unsolicited bids and how we can also kind of almost manage all of that, because I suppose everybody has great ideas and we don't know what to do with it. So how do you create a systematic approach to dealing with the unsolicited bids that would allow you to then create this new pool of bids that then comes into the system to deal with the PPPs? I mean, a PPP is an important pillar within the infrastructure financing reform program agenda. So not only do we think about PPPs in a programmatic way, as you've heard yesterday about the Water Partnerships Office, we're doing this in other sectors too. But more importantly, we think that there's mechanisms around all of that that helps leverage or use the balance sheets of our state-owned companies, and maybe it can actually improve the health of the balance sheets of our state-owned companies a little bit better. So 2 very important pillars of the 3 big reform themes that we are thinking about from a financing point of view. Thanks.
While on that, before I pass the mic, how was the response from the private sector? Was it for your satisfaction, or was it less than what you thought?
Well, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, these new regulations came out in February. Was it in February? But one of the things in thinking about a programmatic way in the transport sector, I mean, I don't know if you'd seen on this past Sunday, the programmatic approach that we're taking in transport, they've just issued a request for information to the market for, 3 or 4 corridors, and getting favorable, it's surprising how the response is, and we're hoping that once we're able to get a similar kind of RFI out in the water sector, we'd get the same kind of response.
Okay. Thanks, Ulrich. Let me go to Danisil. Let's take it to the youth now. I'll close with Prof. In your space, one of the key engagement that happened there is on the stakeholder management. We seem to battle. When projects are now underway, it's when we're starting to dust ourselves and get ready, and that time project is stopping. There are a lot of people who feel they're entitled to these projects. Everyone has the powers. And I think you representing young people, we know there's issues of unemployment, part of which might contribute to such challenges in the sector. In your own experience, having been involved in some of these kind of projects and having dealt with different kinds of communities, the people in this room are the authors of some of these projects. They develop the implementation plan. They plan, you've heard Babu Lungile, they plan and implement and do everything. And what are some of the lessons that you think you have picked up and what you think can be done much more better by us as a sector?
Okay, thank you, DDG. I think one of the most, I don't know how to put it, but the worst thing that we have experienced as young people, it's suppression in most cases. And us being suppressed, we then had an idea to come together as the youth to say what can be done. That was step number 1 to us forming the South African Water and Sanitation Youth Network. And moving forward with that, we try to ensure that everyone is covered. Every organization is covered, every entity is covered, every DWS office is covered. We went around and we found out that most of these organizations did not have young professional structures. And that for us was a red flag to say then, are young people really accommodated in decision-making? Policies change all the time, and how involved are they? That was a red flag for us. So we then said, we came together to say, you know what, phase 1, we will do a roadshow across South Africa to ensure that every CMA is accommodated in terms of young professionals. Every utility is covered under the network, and not just to focus on the technical side of things. We've got departments like your marketing, your stakeholder relations that needs attention from young people. These great minds that we come across all the time, they always have great ideas. And we are in a technological era where we normally refer to our seniors as the aging infrastructure. not in a bad way. We didn't hear that one. Not in a bad way, but just to make them understand that yes, you might be operational now, but you will be handing things over to us.
True.
And we wouldn't want to take over something that is half-cooked. Not everybody loves their steak raw. So we are trying to implement that the ways to say, let us be part of, let us not just be observers as young people. Put us in, we are ready, we are here to work. What is it that you want us to do? What is it that you expect from us? So until our aging infrastructure addresses that to say, this is what I want you to do, I think then we will have a direction as the young people, and we are ready to contribute. I know we are normally seen as people who are just here for nice times, but we are here to work. We know when to work, we know when to play.
Okay.
So, but we have a motto that says, we work harder and we do play a little. So I just wanted to emphasize that part, that was the biggest lesson, to say we need to now change the scenario, because the same way maybe Mr. Munyokolo would do things is not the same way I would do things. I would say, okay, here's AI. How can we implement AI to be the detecting sensor for water quality? You know, I could be introducing new things, but however, we do need leaders who will be able to learn. They need to have a mind where they learn. Be open to learning, not to say when we are there, we are saying, don't do your things, don't go your way, but just try to have a learning mind, because things are changing every day. We can wake up today and we are no longer using mics to speak, using something different. So we are always on our phones trying to keep up with what is happening. So if we don't have leaders that are willing to learn, then it becomes a problem for the young people. However, the South African Youth and South African Water and Sanitation Youth Network is here to change all of that, to say we are here, utilize us, because we need to take over from you, and taking over, we need to take over something that is already solid. Thank you.
There is a voice from young people. I think we've always cried with the lack of skill and resources, and young people are saying we are there. And we must just forgive them for treating us as old assets. I think, but she's borrowing from what Babulungile has mentioned, you know, without missing your words. You were strategically saying everything has its own time. I think she's picking up from that. I want to come to Prof now. What I picked up, Prof, is, I think from your expertise, from the Institution of Higher Learning, one of the issues that is coming up now, Minister always say, every time you walk in the street, you will be met with a sewer blockage. There's a leaking pipe. The settlement patterns have changed. You had Saul mention the same thing, Babulungile mentioned the very same thing. We're no longer in the, and I know you have been involved in some of the small scale, if I may use a word, technologies in informal settlement, one of which comes to mind is Tswetla in City of Johannesburg. And if we are to be practical with the current challenges now, from the academic point of view, what do you think has been, because there's a view that there's a lot of knowledge, but the uptake by the end users is very minimal. And I think from where you come from, what are some of the bottlenecks that you think needs to be removed, if I may use a word, so that some of those technologies that are coming from the Institute of Higher Learning, what you are trying to implement on the grey water, sewer spillages, there's basically appreciation for that in local government?
Thank you. Thank you. It's a good question, and I think it's a relevant question. The one bottleneck, which is what everyone's facing, is clearly funding. So the university systems are struggling. We are also maybe defunded is not the right word, but our funding is declining year on year. So it becomes more and more difficult to conduct meaningful research. I think a second thing that's difficult for universities is that we've lost a lot of our links with industry as well as with the public sector. So the dialogue between these organizations is not as strong as it used to be necessarily. And I think that's the criticism, is that there's a lot of research that's done that's of absolutely no value whatsoever, because it's, it sits on a shelf. And I think partly that's driven by the word is incorrectly incentivized research, where the researchers our metrics are citations and publication outputs, not necessarily on the commercialization of the research. So I think that's an incorrect metric to be chasing as a researcher, because it means you go down this rabbit hole of working in an echo chamber where you can all just talk to each other and not really apply what you do outside of the echo chamber. So for me, these are some of the challenges we face as academia. A second thing which hasn't been mentioned at this forum at all, is I think our education system, not just in South Africa, globally, is entirely unfit. I think our education system is entirely unfit for purpose towards solving the polycrises that we see in the water systems. So I'm a chemical engineer, and I get quite nervous in these fora because there are people who are civil engineers who know much more about dams, and we've got lawyers, and we've got all sorts of other players, economists. But there's no single way for a professional person to be educated in all of these spheres at the same time. And so as a chemical engineer, I focus on water, but there's no degree focused on water where you'd pull in skills of chemistry and law and economics. And this leads to professionals that work in silos that find it very difficult to communicate across the silos. So I think these are some of the real risks that our education sector sort of projects into the space, is because we don't really understand each other. And I've been working quite a lot with people in humanities recently, primarily because I think the line of influence is not from us to be influencing society. It's very difficult for you to talk engineering into a broader community because people have no clue what a milligram or a per liter is, or a normal. But there are other ideas, like water is an idea. It's not just a material, it's an idea. And it's a concept as well as a material and an idea. So the idea is we should be thinking about how do we get all of these different players in the same research space and in the same dialogue space to start influencing each other, so that engineers understand that people, and I speak as an engineer, not all engineers understand that people seek dignity. Engineers understand they've got to provide a toilet, and that's not necessarily the same thing. So for me, these are the important things that our systems have to start talking to each other with. The second biggest threat facing our sector, but it's not just the education, it's all of us, and this hasn't been mentioned, it's been mentioned slightly, but it's population growth. Our education systems are struggling with increasing student numbers. In terms of our population projections, we're going to hit probably 80 to 90 million people by the year 2050. And I'd like to take a moment just to reflect on what that is. I was finishing my studies in 2000, which is 25 years ago. That's as long backwards as it is to 2050. So it's not a long period of time where we're going to hit this population of 80, maybe 90 million people. We already have a water crisis now. Most of those people are going to be living in eThekwini, Gauteng, or Cape Province. All three of these provinces in Cape Town are under extreme water stress. So how do we manage to educate educationally as well as provide the services? And that's part of the planning that we need to be doing. But this is planning through mechanisms such as Operation Bulundlela, because this is not a one-department system. This is a debottlenecking for growth. And I think in order to do that, we need to see where the growth is going to be happening. But that's also where the opportunity lies. And this, people may not know this statistic. By the year 2080, half the children in this world will live in Africa. Half the under 15s in the world will live in Africa. This is where it happens. So this is our real opportunity. We just have to seize it. And that's something I think that's what the purpose of this Indaba is for. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I'm just going to give you a minute each to wrap up. Just before we close, DM is already here. I will start from my far right, coming along. Just a minute. What are your parting shots? Starting from Babulungile.
Thank you. I think my parting shot would be, there's this wicked problem of theft and vandalism of infrastructure. I know we've got this National Key Points Act, which is somewhat a relic, 102 of 1980. But there has been a bill, a critical infrastructure bill, in 2007 that was trying to, if you like, review the National Key Points Act And I know, and I'm aware, and some of you may be aware, that there was a debate in Parliament, and the minister brought up, the question of, water and sanitation infrastructure being regarded as part of the, the national, what you call, key points, what you call protection, if you like. We need a different approach. Yeah, I mean, there's, the damage to infrastructure is with impunity. I mean, in Rand West, there's a plant under Mirafong. In 2015, it was refurbished by DWS to the tune of plus or minus 150 million. Fast forward now, it doesn't exist. It's been stripped bare, and vandalism is organized. So, we really need to deal with this, what I would refer to as a wicked problem. Thank you.
All right. Minute, Sol, parting shot.
It's only 1 minute left.
Okay.
Well, very quickly, I think for me it's about, again, getting things done. What you've heard today and yesterday is that we know very well what needs to be done. There's no policy vacuum here. The solutions, I think, are more or less clear. But people are tired of hearing about plans and promises and commitments without seeing follow-through and implementation. And what the President and the Minister and the Deputy Minister were all saying yesterday was, it's the time for action and for delivery. Now, what does that require? And this is really what Operation Vulindlela is trying to support. First, recognize that we have a crisis, we have an emergency, we have to act like it. Yeah. Second, we have to coordinate and collaborate. We have to break down silos, work as a whole government system and as a whole of society system.
Okay.
And third, we have to ensure accountability for delivery and for results and consequences where there isn't delivery or where there's corruption and diversion. If we can focus on that, on actually getting things done over the next 5 years, again, I think we'll make a very big difference.
Okay. Might need to pick a speaker for you to conclude for everyone. Dr. Mnyoko, you might need to put a parting shot for the team.
DM, you are now demoted, DM. I think what you are saying, from what I pick up, is that we must have boots on the ground and stop theorizing, and we must start working. We need to, I'm sure it's in the belly of a crisis that great leaders and quasi-leaders are born. It's our choice whether we want to be quasi-leaders or we want to be great leaders and resolve the water crisis. We need to adapt to new technologies. We need to collaborate amongst ourselves. Prof has also indicated that the capacity of all institutions in the sector should be professionalized. And we also need to protect our infrastructure. Those that damage our infrastructure must be charged with sabotage. And I think the takeaway also is that we need to look at different delivery models, which includes private sector, public sector, businesses, and so on. So those are the parting shots. Thank you.
Colleagues, that's the end of the panel discussion. DM is already here. It's suppressing all of us. It's forcing us now to stand up. Thank you so much. Let's give the panelists a hand.
And please leave my mics. Give them a round of applause. We've done well. Your panel, Rismate, don't say elder not required. It's an important issue to infuse different generations because no one must be left behind. Very, very important. We're all young at a particular point, and we also learn from those who are elder than us. In my culture, the elderly, they're like a reservoir of knowledge. And now we even live longer. There was a time when I was a youngster, now I'm on the 5th floor. Very shortly, I'll join the 6th floor, then the 7th floor, if God is willing. At this stage, I want you to bear with me. We need to conclude the Indaba. The Indaba is going to be concluded in 2 parts. There's going to be the presentation of all the work at a high level and the declaration of our engagement, all of us. That will be done immediately after lunch. And if you are not here at that time, you are all binded by those resolutions. Immediately, Her Excellency, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Comrade Pemi Majodina, Babes Wamanzi, will come to the stage, then make a remark and invite His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic, Mr. Paul Mashatile, who's going to, as a chair assigned by President, as a chair of the Water Task Team and Interministerial Committee on this matter, to conclude this good work we are doing. Time exactly is 13:25. We are all supposed to be seated here exactly at 14:25. 14:25. The declaration will be presented exactly at 14:30 until around 14:45 or 14:50, depending. The minister will take the floor immediately. The DP, exactly at 1500, will be here addressing. Please, when you go for lunch, there's an issue called documentation management. Please don't leave documents. Secondly, please don't litter. The chairperson of our CISA was saying our virtue as people, let's just keep our environment clean, or much cleaner than what we found. Then we can take care of our ecosystem and our rivers. Once again, I want to say thank you, spasiba, cheng cheng, obrigado, enjoy your lunch and bon appetit.
same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. It's all the same. Some things never change. I couldn't stop and say no. It's all the same. You won't take the blame, even when you are blowing up. Oh my, you're my broken heart. Nobody's gonna save enough. Oh my, you're same. Some things never change. It's all the same.
Our communications team with media my setup. A very good afternoon. We will want us to take our seats. In terms of the only watch that is working, the time now is 14:29. And those who are still being held up with respect to joining the union called the Food and Allied Workers Union, we are asking that meeting to adjourn, and the members of this union, they will convene after this meeting. And we are going to ask our communications team to advise the media houses that this session is an open session, so that the resolutions and the address by the Deputy President is actually, and the expectation that are captured in a manner that is correct. We are going to just people to go to their allocated seats. I'll be getting an indication when the leadership, led by His Excellency the Deputy President, will come in. But one thing I'm impressed is by all of those of you who have a very, very profound virtue and DNA. You know, a DNA called respect for time. Respect for time is a sense of humility. And it's a sense that we are in charge. But I also know that time is a sense of security. Imagine we are being deployed to do a security operation. We are late. And it shouldn't happen, but we know that there are issues, I call them objective factors, where you could not be in a position to come on time, like inclement weather, an accident, and others. But can we just ask our ushers that all those who are supposed to be here, including the media houses and everybody, including those who are managing the technology in the live stream and other platforms, please take your allocated seats. Galeboha, Deputy Minister Setlulu, you have taken your allocated seat. Thank you. I know we have high-level discipline and high morale. That's what we do. When I grow up, I will lock people out who come late. One person, Uncle person, I say when I grow up, if I can be a chair of a portfolio committee, any member who comes late, honorable members, I lock you out. No, I'm not safe. They introduce a new performance contract. That there must be a plan, there must be timelines. When we've delivered that one, there will be a new one to say it must be implemented. Then that will be a complete cycle. Yeah. In future, we need to agree, we must plan for rain. Do these small dams, many of them, where we can catch more water, but design them properly. You don't want to have a dam there in an area that, in terms of the landscape, then you start to have too much evaporation. Then the next day we wake up, there's no water available. And those who are working with us in the ministry, please also send us the signal we need to. But the delegates, please tell them to come in. 2 items, there's someone who has lost a bank card. Don't try to come and take the bank card when it is not yours. At least the personal information number, you will not be able to crack it. And then the last point is that please, in the areas where we are sitting, please ensure that there are no documentation that are lying around so that at least we leave this facility in a pristine condition. We did find this. Thank you. Chief, Comrade Sean, play a nice song there. Please, DG. Can DM Sislulu take your allocated seat? And you vote on your allocated seat, DM first. Very shortly, we should be starting. The leadership is here. My sincere apology for the delay, but we'll be able to catch up. There is someone who lost a bank card, and if you don't come, you'll have to go and get a new card. But please don't come and say it's your card when it's not your card. But we are starting shortly. And if there are spaces that are not occupied in the front, please occupy them. If there are spaces, people who don't take their spaces, except where protocol says we mustn't do that. I will still find voice. It's been a long day. Honorable person says he wants us in Parliament next week on a Tuesday to account. Honorable Comrade Mashil, my chairperson. All right, Islam. Can we rise His Excellency, our Deputy President of the Republic, and the Chairperson of our Interministerial Committee and the Water Task Team for South Africa, Dr. Paul Mashatile. Let's give him a round of applause. Accompanied by our Minister of Water and Sanitation, Babes Wamanzi. Bashale walk yabo manje, naile walk. Let's continue to clap and give them a round of applause. Ngiyayibona neyishale walk, sicela amanzi. You can all be seated. Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Comrade Paul Mashatile, also our head of the Water Task Team as assigned by President, accompanied by Her Excellency, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Phemi Majodina Matole Babes Wamanzi, my brother and first Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Silo Sitlulu, all our MECs that are here, especially the MEC for Kokta in Mpumalanga, Comrade Mashilo, MEC for Kokta in the province of Limpopo, Comrade Makamu, and MEC for Kokta in Northwest, Comrade Mulapisi, all our executive mayors that are here, and our traditional leaders, the leadership of SALCA led by the President Stofil and Deputy President Pagati, our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Leon Passon, and all the members of our Portfolio Committee, the leadership of the water entities led by Ntate Ramateu Mnyonkolo, all the AUSISA, the Social Water Network, Water Partnership Network, all those business organizations and experts, all our experts from various universities and other professional bodies and delegates. Your Excellency, Deputy President and Minister of Water and Sanitation, we are now running the last two items. We had a discussion, Deputy President, agreed on the instruction of our President that we will produce a concrete plan to respond to the directive of saying water is an immediate crisis and what actions must be taken. The commissions have reported. A detailed action plan has been agreed with timeframes that will be attached to this high-level declaration and resolution. With working hard with the Director General, Dr. Sean Phillips, the CEOs that are hardworking and our provincial head and other organizations. 2025 Water Indaba. The theme is water security and provision, high-level declaration and resolution. The Water Indaba was attended by 800 delegates drawn from national government, provincial governments and local government, national entities, SALCA, the private sector, the traditional leaders, and water and sanitation experts. It was held over 2 days in Kalaka Estate in Midrand. We received a keynote address from His Excellency, our President, as long as the input by the Deputy President of SALCA, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Pemima Jodina, the host of Water and Sanitation, progress report from the Director General of Water and Sanitation, Sean Phillips. We agreed that it took place during the Human Rights Month when we celebrated the progress made in giving effect to the Bill of Rights in the Constitution. We also quoted the directive by our President that these rights, including the right to access to water and sufficient food, they are all fundamental rights that are the right to dignity. We have reaffirmed the centrality of the Constitution and other laws around this question of the basic human need and the health and the well-being. We have also, that from our own analysis, that we have noted that the demand in water has been rising exponentially owing to the issues of population growth, migration, and the issues of urbanization, and the issues of industry demanding more, but at the very same time, our own issues of international obligation. We have also agreed and said we agree that most of our communities and sectors are experiencing a number of these challenges of no access or intermittent, which is issues of water insecurity. A number of reports have confirmed in terms of evidence that have been produced that a number of our municipalities are struggling to discharge this responsibility, and it is impacted on the trust between the citizens and government. We have also agreed with President when he said, for its part, local government leadership that was here convened needs to prioritize the turnaround strategies in their own water services authority. We have also agreed that President gave the marching orders in the issue of the State of the Nation address, where he said our immediate crisis and our top priority, which is priority number 1, led by yourself, DP, and the President and the Minister, is to ensure water security and reliable water and sanitation services for the benefit of all. Indaba noted the progress made over the last 30 years about how many South Africans have access to water and sanitation, but equally agreed that there are worrying signs and there are concerns for people who have not been in a position to do that. Therefore, we must not be in a position to dismiss, like President says, that as a country we can be proud of the progress we have made in fulfilling this basic right of our people since the dawn of democracy. Indaba also noted that South Africa remains the driest country, but however also noted that South Africans were consuming more liters of water per person per day other than in other countries. The President also emphasized the need of working together, which is collaboration. We quote him, there needs to be a greater cooperation between national, provincial government, the water resource management entities, and the private sector to support the turnaround in the water stewardship with close quote. We also pick up from President on the same matter. The people of South Africa look to this Indaba with a hope for a clear strategy and a plan on how to uphold their dignity through the provision of water and sanitation, and we close quote. The Indaba Deputy President was held under the theme, as approved by Cabinet, water security and provision. Indaba agreed when we engage that we want to build consensus on that theme on the basis of this framework of a delivery or implementation model, increasing investment through financing options and ensuring financial viability of the sector, enhancing and strengthening technical and operational capacity and efficiency, building partnership through building water-sensitive and resilient communities, fighting criminality, corruption, and vandalism in the water sector. I will not go to the other issues that are there in the context of the current environment, but we also noted that there is issues of deteriorating water quality due to issues of pollution in the main by municipalities and other water users. We also noted in terms of infrastructure planning and rollout the issues of delays and the project that this government has brought them back on track, whether it's Lesotho Phase 2, Umkomazi, Clan Williams, your Loskop, your Zanini, and many, many of them. We also noted progress that is being made in terms of providing institutional capabilities around issues of CMAs and how the water boards are working on that. We have also looked to say the critical issue to say where water will come from, the decision that the water mix remains our policy as government, but also paying more attention around harnessing more surface water, use of groundwater, desalination as the biggest option, and the question of the return flows, including harvesting from atmospheric water solution and from acid mine drainage, and a number of measures that are being referred to so that we can deal with the issues of the decline. The resolutions that we've made to reverse the decline, the resolution on the implementation model, Your Excellency Deputy President and Minister and delegates, is that we are going to establish the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, the catchment management agencies, the transformation of irrigation boards into water use association. All our water services authority, they will make a decision as to ring fence all their trading services, water and electricity, into a utility model without losing the state ownership, because we are building the capacity of the state. SALCA, COCTA, DWS, and National Treasury will be developing a coordinated plan on how we can roll out the question of 78 process for that decision to be implemented. It requires council resolutions. It also requires consultation. We have also looked at the question of good governance, that municipalities supported by SALC and their MECs will make a council decision to separate the Water Services Authority function, which is policy, regulation, and oversight, and the implementation arm, which is the water services providers. And on our side, we'll proceed with amendments, working with Parliament, to ensure that the necessary legislations to effect these changes and introduce the performance-based system and incentives and disincentives to those water services authority that will not be performing. Our CISA, which is the organization here, and the department, they will also look at their own capacity so that by June, July this year, they are in a position to support, but all our entities in the water sector will assess our capabilities. We will also have to look at the question of the review and effectiveness and speed around the question of support and intervention. and support is not unlimited. It is limited, and the bureaucracy and the challenges that we face. Then the department will proceed with other legislative amendments in the medium term and the long term. On financial viability, Your Excellency, Deputy President and delegates, all the departments under your leadership and President must pay correct invoices from municipalities within 3 months. Underline the word correct invoices within 3 months. And municipalities must also apply stringent credit control measures on government departments that don't respect the user pay principle. All the water services authorities, they too must pay their invoices that they owe to water boards immediately and agree and don't default. The very same thing the water boards must pay the department. National Treasurer must also look at the question of finalizing the review of the funding model for local government, and we are also looking at the pricing strategy. We are also proceeding the issue of maintaining water use prices in the entire value chain, from raw water charge to bulk charge and the retail charge. We must create certainty and stability by establishing an independent economic regulator for water pricing. And all the WSPs must have clear plans on how to deal with the question of non-revenue water. From 48%, it must come down to below 20%. And how to increase reliability from 68% to more than 70 to 90%. In other words, they must convene their meetings, submit their plans by end of May, covering budgets for maintenance and for reducing leaks in water and distribution system. It means councils must sit before the end of May. You ring-fence all the traditional financing from the grants, WISIC, RBIC, MIG, 50%, 1/3 of the Human Settlement Development Grant, 1/3 of the Urban Settlement Development Grant, and the water sales into one account. That money, it must go to fix your infrastructure. That money must go to pay your creditors. That money must upgrade and renew your assets. We are also directed to ensure that all leaks, whether the burst pipes and the small leaks, they are all attended to immediately, faster, in less than 48 hours, 24 hours, the turnaround time. All the illegal connections must be removed. Must be removed. While ensuring that those who are deserving another mechanism of providing water, they are giving. Replacement of all leaking pipes, asbestos pipe, is a priority. Improving the issues of the management of the water management system, pressure management, the faulty valves, the wrong billings, the restrictors, you implement that. More importantly, is strengthen metering, billing, revenue collection, and including ensuring that billing systems are accurate. All those who are actually estimating bills, they must stop giving people wrong bills. And faulty meters must be fixed. Therefore, the ring fencing does not need a law. It needs of budget. It's a council resolution. We agree that there has to be arrangement of provincial workshop by the department with COGTA and SALCA on these issues. We also look at the partnership office to support them working with National Treasurer to do these things, throwing the capacity of the water boards, also COGTA, National Treasurer, and ourselves to review water and sanitation conditional grants with a view to addressing the challenges of maintenance, because there is a huge backlog on maintenance. Without financial injection, nothing will change. On issues of technical efficiency, We have agreed that there are corrected action plans, and we're disappointed, Deputy President, that most of the 105 municipalities that Minister Phemima Jordina has actually said they were not performing well in terms of drops, a number of them have not been in a position to craft credible and coherent action plans. They still owe one, then they have to ensure implementation. We also said that implementation and oversight will happen on those plans. We also have to have plans to reduce demand and have communication campaigns with stakeholders aimed at the behavior change, imposing water restrictions, tariffs as a disincentives and incentives, and technical intervention, such as flow restrictors, pressure management, and leak reduction within a year. We will have to implement leak detection and repair programs to improve reliability, focusing in areas of high losses while fixing other leaks, and costing and implementing a program of pipe replacement. All water services authorities and providers which do not yet have a water conservation and demand management plan must be in place by the end of May this year. This is about assurance of supply. This is about reliability. It's also about asset management. We also say that all entities must have a climate change and a disaster response plan, as there is a lot of variation around issues of climate in our country, more floods, more impact on infrastructure. And Water Services Authority, they will have to manage it better in terms of working with the issues of advisory services. We also say that infrastructure grants to water services authorities must never be abused for other uses other than what is meant for infrastructure. We also say that municipalities must have asset management plans in totality and discipline. Some, Minister Majordina, they don't know where the pipes are. They don't know where the conditions are. The technology is there, so that when you know the assets, where is it in the condition, including others who are encroaching on that servitude, that matter will be attended to. The issue of ensuring that maintenance and repairs, they are tools of trade for those who are working there. Some, they don't even have tools of trade and warehouses. They don't even have cars just to do their job. Give them the tools of trade. Then we are also going to implement the local government professionalization framework in terms of the time frame set by the Department of COGTA and DWS. Deputy President, we want to have an agreement that nobody in the next 2 to 3 years must remain in water without being a professional. Those who are currently in the system who are working, support will be given for recognition of prior learning. But we can't have anybody working in a space you have no idea what you need to do on asset management. And then there is going to be development of minimum competence framework, including the classification, who can be operating what plant, of what size and what budget. COGTA should actually review municipal staff regulation, but COGTA must not do it alone. The water component, that chapter the Minister of Water and Sanitation will sign off, because we know who must be there for what kind of a purpose. All water services authorities to prioritize the filling of positions with technical and competent individuals. Competent technical individuals that are fit for purpose. We have to review bylaws around the question of enforcement of policies and other issues. CMAs must finalize the CMA strategies. We can add, Sean, them, the Department of Water and Sanitation must finalize the third version of the National Water Resource Strategy. On issues of partnership, I will not spend time there. Deputy President, we want you to proceed with the involvement of business, civil society experts, traditional leaders, government and everybody and expert, drawing from the lessons of Cape Town and Nelson Mandela, drawing from the lesson of Johannesburg and eThekwini and many more. But we want also to look at incentives, Deputy President, around the question of water use efficiency, not only for agriculture, Sean, for all the sectors, so that we can deal with that issue the President has said within 6 months. On fighting crime and corruption, we wanted to have those particular plans around issues of infrastructure security to combat vandalism, theft of water and sanitation infrastructure. The Special Investigating Unit Minister, they've agreed, we are establishing a water and sanitation sector anti-corruption forum. Then running joint campaigns with communities, theft of water, illegal dams, illegal selling of water, tanker mafias, and all of them, they must fall. And also establishment of water committees. To conclude, Deputy President, this declaration and resolution, as indicated by the President, we quote, structural reforms in the water sector, as vital as they are, cannot be effectively implemented without local government being strengthened. This resolution forms the basis of a concrete response turnaround plan as espoused in the district development model. For these resolutions to be achieved, there must be a greater collaboration between government, civil society, and the private sector, water experts, water research institutions to support the turnaround. On the basis of the agreed plans, government will embark on a process of consultation with all stakeholders at local and provincial levels, including this organization. Government will take a whole-of-society approach in addressing water challenges. Government will endeavor to cultivate an informed and engaged water citizen and empower residents, labor, civil society, and other sectors to work with government to be in a position to make a difference. We will work together and hold each other accountable, DP, through your structure, through cabinet, through parliament, through the media and other forums, for our actions and commitments, for ensuring increased investment on water research and development, technologically transfer, whilst recognition of existing body of knowledge, including indigenous systems, while promoting inclusion of women, youth, people with disabilities in the water and sanitation sector. We pledge, Deputy President, ourselves as we're here as delegates under the stewardship of the President, yourself and the Minister of Water, to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, to implement all the concrete plans, including the detailed action plan we adopted earlier, and reforms set out here to ensure that the citizens experience a better water security and services. The contribution to the Water Indaba of the exhibitors in sharing the body of research, technologies and solutions is greatly appreciated, as well as the contribution of all the water entities and sponsors of the event. That's the conclusion of our engagement summarized into this high-level document, but equally supported by the annexures of the detailed action plan. Thank you. Can I have a sense of a delegate who has an objection, fundamental objection to this declaration and resolutions? You can hold your breath. Thank you very much. The resolution and declaration are now adopted. At this stage, I want to call to the podium Her Excellency, our champion and ambassador for water in the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Phemima Jordina, uBabes Wamanzi, the Minister of Life and Dignity, to come and ask our Deputy President to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM Mahlobo, who presided over this Indaba for the past 2 days. DM Sihlulo, people that you see here, DP, these are the top dogs in the water sector. The brains that you see here who produced this declaration and the program of action are the people who are committed in the water sector, are the people who are concerned about lack of access of water to the community of South Africa. We were responding to the call by the president, and we are committing here as these delegates that we are not going to drop the ball. The bar that has been set here by this Indaba is very high, and it is not for us to fail the people of South Africa. DP, as a leader of government business, we want to urge you that when you engage with the cabinet, please sensitize the ministers that municipalities are owed billions by national departments and provincial departments. They must be paid. The Minister for Treasury must assist us that they must be paid. All these municipalities who owe water boards, they are owed as well. Butoni ngaqwabi? Ndiyanizama ndiyanithethelela aniqwabi. DP, I also want to thank, gratefully so, the media houses of South Africa. They've built the hype towards this water and sanitation Indaba. They balanced their reporting over these 2 days. From morning, when you go to any channel, it's water and sanitation Indaba. Let's give our media a big round of applause. There were no hostilities in terms of their reporting. We have asked the lawmakers present here that if there is anything that we have to fast track in terms of the law, we must do that. If we are to make certain amendments, we must do that so that we are able to implement these resolutions. These delegates present here, they know that I'm the only minister who trended beyond South Africa in the global space, conscientiously so. Nanzoke. No other person was recognized that on the 3rd of July you sworn in. Only the one that was sworn in conscientiously. Nanzoke. So when they want to take pictures with me, I could see into lo ufuna trend lo. When they come to me, they say, "No, want to take a picture conscientiously." Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the president appointed the leader of the government business to lead the water task team. The DP is part of us as this sector. DP, not a single moment where there were people who went up and down in this conference. Outside there we have exhibition center in those exhibition centers that you see outside, there are 2 companies who have donated 4 mobile toilets as part of contributing to this Indaba. 3 of those toilets must be taken to Peter's something. But somewhere in Mpumalanga where they have a factory that is employing young people. Mayors zaseMpumalanga ziyaqhwaba. The other toilets will be donated in Limpopo. This is pure loving South Africans who are saying we are not directly involved in the water space, but we do know that sanitation is dignity. And we have agreed that we're going to explore the new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring in front of you the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, born here, Alex. You know him. He has been around, especially in government, being a Minister of Arts and Culture. He has been here in Gauteng as a Premier. He has been Deputy President in the previous term, and again he is a Deputy President in this 7th term. None other than, especially during this time of Ramadan, time of Lent, Paul Likamalase Paipileni, Paul Mashatile Ntate Supokosha. Ini hela kwalo, Tatan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Majodina. Now, Minister Majodina is called Babes Wamanzi. So, as a chairman of the Water Task Team, I think I should also have a name. So, I think I must be called Ihrotman Yamans. Babes, the Hrotman. Thank you very much, Minister, for that introduction. Let me greet Deputy Minister Mahlobo, Deputy Minister Setlolo, ministers and deputy ministers who are here, President of SALCA, Councillor Stofile, representatives of water boards, management agencies, and the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority who are here, Water Research Commission, academia and research sector, local government representatives. Amongst us, I'm told that MECs and MMCs are also here, local government practitioners and all government officials, civil society organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. As we are at the end of this 2-day National Water Sanitation and Sanitation Indaba, I want to take this opportunity to express the government's appreciation for the level of discussion and critical reflections and contributions made by all role players during this Indaba. Indeed, you have shown our collective resolve and commitment to tackling and addressing the most critical issues affecting our country, which is water access and quality. On the first day of this year's Water and Sanitation Indaba, we heard from the President, President Ramaphosa. We heard from experts, various stakeholders, and activists who have all emphasized the necessity of water security, access, and sustainability. Overall, the discussions emphasize that water is not just a commodity, but a vital resource, one that is essential for survival of our communities and households, for businesses to operate, for the economy to grow, as well as being a central element for sustaining life itself. It is therefore incumbent on all of us now and into the future to protect this scarce resource, because failing to do so will result in our inability to advance our developmental and transformation objectives. From the outset, we all agree that water is life. As chairperson of the Water Task Team, which was established to mitigate water crisis in municipalities, I have gained direct insight into an array of challenges and constraints impeding access to drinkable water in our communities, including access to critical sanitation services or service provision. I'm happy that a lot of these issues are reflected in the declaration that Deputy Minister Mahlobo has just read to us. Program Director, moreover, as the Water Task Team, we have set ourselves an urgent task of intervening and resolving most of these challenges, whilst at the same time taking communities into our confidence by not shying away from directly engaging the public on these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, access to safe drinking water and sanitation is recognized as a basic human right by the United Nations and is essential for health, dignity, and the well-being of all. In South Africa, this fundamental human right is enshrined in our Constitution. Given that we are in Human Rights Month, it is also an appropriate moment to consider the advancements achieved and draw attention to obstacles we have faced in the delivery of this basic human right. I will just mention a few of them. Since the end of apartheid in 1994, we made significant progress in the following areas. One, the implementation of the National Water Act in 1998, which aimed to ensure the sustainable use and management of water resources. Two, the rollout of infrastructure projects to provide water and sanitation, particularly to services to under-serviced communities, especially in rural areas. Three, the enactment of legislation such as Water Services Act and National Water Services Amendment Act, which helps us to regulate water services and protect the rights of water users. And I'm happy that DM Mahlobo, in reading the declaration, did emphasize the fact that we will probably need more pieces of legislation going forward in this sector. Fourth, the increase in the number of households with access to improved water resources from around 60% in 1994 to now 82% of South Africans having access to clean, drinkable water, and this happened by 2022. We hope that there's going to be further improvements. But despite these challenges, as this Indaba you have considered, and there is a consensus that there are still challenges that persist in achieving universal water services, especially in the remote parts of our country. It should therefore not be business as usual when we currently have almost 19% of the rural population lacking access to reliable water supply, and 33% that do not have basic sanitation services. It should not be business as usual, while rural communities suffer the most, with over 26% of schools and 45% of clinics lacking access to clean drinkable water. Program Director, the Blue Drop report paints a grim picture of a country's drinking water quality and infrastructure, which is captured properly in our report from this Indaba. The audit report revealed that the quality of the country's drinking water is deteriorating. And I'm happy that we have now put plans in place to be able to fast-track the interventions. Through various engagement with municipalities, during our DDM oversight visit to provinces with ministers, the task team found that one of the biggest difficulties in accessing quality drinkable water is the inadequate infrastructure for reticulation and sanitation, resulting in the unreliable availability of clean water. These, of course, are not totally new findings. However, at this critical juncture and as one of the more immediate priorities of this administration, our resolve is to focus our efforts on improving implementation. Our resolve is to focus our efforts on ensuring that we improve infrastructure delivery and indeed implement our plans. In this Indaba, a number of speakers, I'm told, have highlighted the challenges in issues affecting the provision of water, such as aging infrastructure, water scarcity, pollution, and inequality in the access of services. We therefore need immediate interventions to these challenges. As the Water Task Team, and supported by various implementing departments, our philosophy is to focus on improving the speed of execution and finding solutions to the ongoing challenges. Our aim is to strengthen municipal service delivery outcomes, notably their ability to provide essential services. This was also one of the key areas of agreement which emerged from our engagement earlier this year with the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, during their National Executive Committee Lekgotla in Cape Town. Compatriots, we must ensure that we avoid a potential water crisis and that we can provide reliable and quality water throughout the country. This also means that spheres of government must have an integrated approach to ensure that everyone has access to sufficient, clean, safe, physically accessible, and affordable water for personal and domestic use. Our collective oversight and accountability across all spheres of government can yield desired impact. When the oversight and proactive engagement processes are cross-sectional, we are better equipped to view the performance of all spheres and ensure that there is a collective response. It is for this reason that the institutionalization of the DDM as an operating model for energizing the cooperative government system can never be underestimated. It is through partnership that we can speedily address the bottlenecks of service delivery, but also be accountable to each other and the people that we serve in our communities. Government continues to work towards addressing these challenges through various programs and initiatives aimed at improving water service delivery and ensuring water security for all citizens. As you might have heard, yesterday when I was responding to questions on water issues in the NCOP, I noted that the Water Task Team, in collaboration with the Department of Water and Sanitation, the Department of Cooperative Governance, COGTA, MISA, National Treasury, and Infrastructure Fund, has developed intervention strategies to support various municipalities to improve their water and sanitation services. As part of addressing the funding gaps and challenges, the Department of Water and Sanitation has set up a water partnership office that assists municipalities to contract for public-private partnership, PPPs. A significant vehicle for achieving this is the Infrastructure Fund, which serves as a blended financing instrument aimed at making infrastructure projects attractive for the private sector to invest. Now, Minister, when I was responding to questions in the NCOP, one of the questions that was asked by the members of the House was, when are you going to do this? So I'm happy that this Indaba is answering that question by coming with a clear plan. When I answered in the NCOP, I was not very confident, but if I was answering today, I was going to say to them, the plan is here with clear time frames. It is here now. Program Director, in addition, President Ramaphosa has already directed that we finalize the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, one of the most significant reforms coming to the sector. Now, I'm happy, Minister, that you are saying next year, by 2026, this agency will be in place, operating fully. The establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency has been a critical initiative that we must all support to enable our country to expand bulk water infrastructure and improve the management of existing water assets as part of ensuring water security. We also hope that this Indaba was able to move towards an urgent and high-level national turnaround plan on water security that is firmly aligned to the Government of National Unity's medium-term development plan, 2025 to 2029. And secondly, as the President also said, a plan that will harness the momentum of the reforms already taking place in this sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to be deliberate in our efforts to tackle the aging infrastructure that we have been talking about, which immensely compromises the reticulation of drinkable water in our communities. We must also increase investments in the maintenance and construction of water infrastructure. To date, the Infrastructure Fund, I'm told, has secured 23 billion rands for 7 large infrastructure projects, and I'm sure those will be part of the plans that will be rolling out as we move on this year. As President has stated during his State of the Nation address, we have ended delays in major water infrastructure projects, and Deputy Minister Mahlobo has just highlighted some of them, your Lesotho Highlands Water Project, and the Umkomazi Dam, Intabelanga Dam on the Imzimvubu River, in the Eastern Cape, and so on. So those projects are going to now come on stream for implementation, even though there have been some delays in the past. Program Director, the Department of Water and Sanitation heeded the call of the Presidential Employment Stimulus, and one such initiative is the institutionalization of labor-intensive construction methods employed by municipalities in the implementation of municipal infrastructure projects to create the necessary employment opportunities. Through the Water Services Amendment Bill, we will introduce a licensing system for water service providers and remove licenses where providers do not meet the standards for quality drinking water. Moreover, the 2025 budget echoes government's commitment to prioritize local government reforms, recognizing that municipalities are at the front line of water and sanitation service delivery. Such reforms by the government, as Deputy Minister was saying just now, include ring-fencing revenue from water services in order to fund water infrastructure and improvements, and creating financial incentives for municipalities that meet service delivery targets. We also need to continue paying attention to the unequal distribution of water resources. While the Department of Water and Sanitation and COGTA have made significant progress, we need to intensify tackling these issues. Together, we have come up with rapid but long-lasting solutions that will standardize and improve the sustainable supply of water across the country. Our collaboration as a water task team is to improve the support and strengthening responsibility in our municipalities, because they are at the coal face of service delivery. So I'm happy that there is this emphasis from this Indaba that we need to get our municipalities right, and we need to support them, particularly those that are struggling in rural areas. Now, Program Director, according to Section 154 of the Constitution, national and provincial government must bolster the capabilities of municipalities in managing their affairs and carrying out their responsibilities and functions to our communities. It is therefore imperative that municipalities do not fail to implement their constitutional obligations, particularly as it pertains to the provision of water and sanitation. As we close this Indaba, our intentions must be very clear and targeted at providing water and sanitation to communities most affected. Both the President and the Minister of Water and Sanitation have stressed the need to deal effectively with the criminal networks who manipulate water shortages for their own profits, tampering with water infrastructure to sell water to desperate communities. The President emphasized that this must come to an end immediately. Through improving infrastructure and enforcing proper monitoring mechanisms, we can eliminate opportunities of these mafia groups, these opportunities that they thrive on. Furthermore, the culture of non-payment for water services have become a major obstacle to municipal sustainability. Ratepayers and businesses are defaulting on payments, and this creates a chain reaction that destabilizes the entire water supply system. So this also we must get right, because once municipalities are not paid for their services, they are not able to pay water boards. And so there's a whole chain reaction because of non-payment. So I'm happy this is going to be prioritized. By reinforcing these measures alongside strategic infrastructure investment, South Africa can secure its water future, ensuring access for all and safeguarding economic growth. It is our belief that if we combine our efforts, we will be able to overcome a range of challenges that were highlighted during this Indaba. We also need to explore new technologies, policies, and partnerships that have the potential to drive positive change in our communities. The President was talking to us this morning, and he was talking about the digital economy and how we should use economy to improve the delivery of services, and he also mentioned artificial intelligence. And he was looking at us and he says, why does a lot of people seem puzzled? You are not clapping hands. So we're going to use artificial intelligence, all of us. Minister, our work does not end here. It is imperative that we take the momentum and energy from this Indaba and turn it into concrete action. We must continue to collaborate, advocate for change, and implement solutions that will secure a water-secure future for generations to come. I urge every one of you to carry forward the spirit of this Indaba in your work as you go back to your provinces, to your agencies, and so on. Therefore, the resolutions of this summit or this Indaba should be implemented in full and with speed. If we don't implement them, we will not be able to achieve what we have set out to change. Without action, all our intended objectives will be in vain. Let us continue to work together towards a sustainable water future. With every action that we take, we must always keep in mind that water is indeed life. On behalf of President Cyril Ramaphosa and the whole of government of the Republic of South Africa, I now officially declare the 2025 National Water and Sanitation Indaba closed. I know that you want to catch your flights, so let me end here and wish you to travel safely to your communities, but I'm sure the program directors will close properly. Thank you very much.
Deputy President, before you sit down, as a Grotmani Amanzi, there is a secret that we need to teach you. And my minister wants to teach you our lingo. Minister.
Clouds are gathering, 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 clouds are gathering. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder! 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 Clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering, clouds are gathering. It's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining, it's raining. Thunder! Thunder 1, Thunder 2, pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Thunder 2. Thunder 2. Thunder. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, just while you are just a minute, before you leave, just a minute, let's convey our sincere gratitude to our steward, the Grootman Yamanzi, our Deputy President, our Leader of Government Business, and the Head and Chairperson of the Water Task Team. Deputy President, we thought we were going to get a bonus, but it looks like our performance agreement from the minister to us gets to change. My first understanding was that our performance agreement was that if there's rain, our jobs are safe. Yesterday, President did an amendment to, we need a union as ministers and DM. President amended it yesterday and said he wants a serious concrete plan with timelines. We have achieved that one. Now the DP has amended that he wants execution so that water can be there. I want us to close with Nelson Mandela when he said, "There are many dark moments when my faith in humanity was sorely tested, but I would not and could not give up to despair. That way lies defeat and death." Your work that we have done here today is also echoed by what President Mandela said to us. Part of being an optimist is keeping one's head pointed towards the sun, 1 foot moving forward. In your hands as a collective, we are holding a bait that you must not destroy. You must keep that bait alive for the next generation. The water sector must rise. The water sector cannot be in crisis when we have this brain trust and capabilities. We can just have to rise only to this last generational mission to ensure that under the sun, all South Africans, they too are human beings. They deserve that their right to life, of water, secure food, and issues of an environment that is not harmful is actually achieved. We have no option to fail our people. God bless our country, must bless your children, your daughters and sons, and we wish that you travel well and go back to work and make a difference. The meeting has been closed by His Excellency, and thanks to everybody, those who work in terms of the security cluster, those who work in terms of the media houses, those who are catering, the staff that is from Kalaka Estate, and our hard-working officials. Therefore, we are all released. Deputy President, let's give ourselves a round of applause. And all delegates, please remain standing while we give our Deputy President and the Minister the leave of absence. Then you can follow through. Thank you.